Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We will start very soon this first training week, ACQF training week. Thank you everybody for joining. Nous allons démarrer dans 3 minutes à peu près cette semaine de formation de l'ACQF et merci beaucoup de votre participation. Vamos começar em breve, 3 minutos, esta primeira semana de formação do ACQF. Obrigada pela vossa participação. Greetings, everybody, all participants. We start the first ACQF training week and we welcome all participants. joining these 5 days of intense learning from 18th to 22nd of April. So before we start, let me just very briefly remind some rules. They have already been presented in the slides, and the rules of online meetings. So as you have seen, we have simultaneous interpretation, English, French, Portuguese. Please choose your preferred channel. Then please mute your microphone if you are not speaking or making some remarks, asking questions. But you can keep your camera on. It's always very interesting to see you. Please use the chat box for your questions and comments. And if you want also to introduce yourselves, introduce so just can write, you can just write your name, your organization in the chat box. And without further ado, let me then immediately pass the floor for opening greetings and remarks to the representative of the African Union Commission, ST Department, Division for Education, Mr. Emmanuel Okonkwo. Emmanuel, the floor is yours for the greetings and opening remarks. And thank you very much for your participation and cooperation throughout this ACQF project. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Eduarda. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear and we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you. It is truly an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all this morning to this training program. This training program is an element of the capacity building component of the African Continental Qualification Project, an initiative of the African Union Commission in partnership with the European Union, GIZ, and the European Training Foundation. My name is Chigozie Emmanuel Okonkwo, a program officer at the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, and I bring you warm greetings from the Acting Director, Mr. Hambani Masheleni, who expresses his profound appreciation to each and every one of you for your esteemed participation in this training. From the onset, let me use this opportunity to wish practicing Christians in the house a happy Easter holidays, and to also use the opportunity to really appreciate the distinguished trainers and the ACQF team in general for their commitment to making this activity a reality. Our colleague here, Eduarda, stands tall in her resolute drive towards a wonderful experience for us all. It is also very delightful to see the representatives of the various national and regional qualification agencies and governments here with us this morning. In furtherance to also welcoming you here, let me also take the opportunity to thank you and your agencies for your ongoing support, both in the development of our own African Continental Qualification Project, Qualification Framework Project, and more broadly, for your support to the work that we do on the continental quality assurance space. Ladies and gentlemen, for us at the African Union Commission, we are fully aware that education is the most important tool for equipping our citizenry with the necessary skills and knowledge to be able to drive the aspirations that makes up the AU vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. But we also recognize that we cannot comfortably have the conversation for education, on education for development, without addressing the overarching issues of qualifications and the issues around credibility, trust, transparency, amongst others. And really, that is why the first 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063 foresees the development of a continental education qualification framework, and that a common educational qualification system be put in place by 2023. We are convinced that the development of the African Continental Qualification Framework will be an important milestone in reorienting Africa's education and training system to meet the human resource needs of Agenda 2063. The ACQF as a policy instrument will work in complementarity with other continental strategies and initiatives in the domain of education and training. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you will learn in details the objectives of the ACQF throughout this training. But I think it is important to already mention that the ACQF is indeed revolutionary. Revolutionary for the following reasons. One, it seeks to contribute to the comparability and transparency of qualifications from all subsectors of education and training, thereby facilitating the recognition of diploma. It also seeks to ease the African and international mobility of learners and workers. It further seeks to support lifelong learning and quality assurance based on a learning outcome orientation. But more importantly, it is the notable objective of involving stakeholders from education and labor market sphere and building shared relationship. You will agree with me that this is indeed a game changer, and we must count ourselves lucky to be a part of the development of this game-changing initiative. Colleagues, this training program provides all of us an opportunity to once again interact with the development process of the ACQF. As assured by the AUC to its stakeholders, this process will continue to be inclusive. The training gives and provides us an avenue to learn, create, and share knowledge. We will share experiences, create technical capacities, and build and provide information on ACQF. And we hope that by so doing, you will become ambassadors of this initiative. As you can see by the agenda, there is a considerable amount of ground to cover even on day one, but there is also time for networking with colleagues across board, built into the program itself. I encourage all of us to utilize that networking opportunity, and I hope that by the end of the week, we would have done justice to all the items on the agenda across all sessions, and that we would be leaving here better equipped. Let me conclude by giving you the assurance that the African Union Commission will continue to support the successful implementation of the ACQF, the successful development and the subsequent implementation of the ACQF on the continent. I wish us all a very fruitful and wonderful experience. Let me also encourage a dialogic training. I thank you for your kind attention. Over to you, Eduarda.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for these welcome remarks, for setting the scene, and for calling the ACQF a revolutionary initiative, a game changer. That's indeed also very motivating for all this team working on the ACQF more directly, and I guess also for the participants representing the various countries registered for this training week, the first training week. And as you have seen, you have all received the materials. This first training week is dedicated to the topic skills and qualifications towards better frameworks and systems. So let me just introduce myself very in 2 words. So my name is Eduarda Castelbranco, and I am the technical and thematic coordinator of this component of the wider project Skills for Youth Employability under CIFA, contributing to CIFA, and ACQF development is a component of that project. So I'm very happy and of course honored to be with all of you at this first training week. We have here representatives from a wide range of countries. We have here representatives of countries whose official language is English, French, or Portuguese. That's why we have interpretation. Many of you joining today have been participating already in the series of peer learning webinars of ACQF, the 15 peer learning webinars, but many of you are new, which is excellent. So expanding the circle of experts, officials, ministerial staff, representatives from various stakeholders, organizations involved in the activities of ACQF. So in this initial session, one of the things we wanted to do is to get acquainted. And for that purpose, we have for you a very simple exercise. And for that, we will need you to please use your mobile phones or just your computers in order to respond to these questions. So you have on the screen the QR code, also the code that you should use when you enter in Mentimeter. And you also have the same link in the chat box. So the questions we have for you are simply your name and then also your country. And this is a way to start a little bit breaking the ice. So prepare your mobile phones. And you can reply to those two questions. We will have many such Mentimeter exercises during this training. So it's a good way to start practicing. Thank you. We see that many colleagues are already writing. Eleanor, you have the link in the chat box. You can use it. We see a very large number of different countries. So countries from North Africa, such as Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, then from West Africa, Central Africa, for example, São Tomé e Príncipe, Central Africa, Cameroon. Then we have from Southern Africa, a wide range of countries, Eswatini, Zambia, Mozambique, Angola, Mauritius, Seychelles, the Southern African Development Community, Malawi. Thank you. Botswana, we have Botswana, several participants, Zimbabwe. Then from East Africa, Rwanda, Kenya. We would like also to acknowledge the participation of the representative of the Department of Education, Science and Culture of ECOWAS Commission, ECOWAS or CEDEAO. Welcome. So one of the regional economic communities. From West African countries, we have Cape Verde, as well as Togo. Let me also, of course, acknowledge here the presence of representatives from Mauritius, South Africa. So both countries of the Southern African Development Community. Thank you. Thank you very much. So 43 participants have been now participating in this first Menti.com. Now we have reached 86 participants. From West Africa, let me add a country that I just noticed now. It is Guinea-Bissau. Welcome, colleagues from Guinea-Bissau, from CEDEAO ECOWAS. A very substantial group from Cameroon is present here today and during the week. Madame Olfa, si vous voulez, vous pouvez écrire votre nom et prénom dans le...
Madame Olfa, you may write your name and surname in the chat box.
If you want also to introduce yourselves in the chat box, please do. Okay, so I would like to ask Erika, please, would you like just to show us again the first slide, if possible, and then, so the first question, what's your name? So you can see everybody who is now present and replied. Those who have just arrived, please, you have the link to this Mentimeter exercise in the chat box. You just click and you can see the code on top of the Mentimeter. Thank you so much. You can see your names, the names of all colleagues here present. So we have then participants representing also different types of institutions, organizations. We have many representatives from national qualifications authorities, from Ministry of Education, Ministries of Employment and Technical Vocational Education and Training. We have representatives of organizations charged with quality assurance in higher education. We also have experts, independent experts, representatives of some also international projects. As already said earlier, also representatives of ECOWAS. Thank you for being here. So we have a diversity of institutions represented, and this number is going to continue increasing. We will also have representatives from the social partners. Thank you, colleagues. Anyone would like still to introduce yourself, maybe in the chat box, please, you have this opportunity. I use this opportunity then also to thank all of you who have registered, who have also supported the dissemination of information about this training week in your own organizations or different institutions in your countries. That was very, very important, the fact that you have also disseminated this information, so attracting more interested people into this activity. For example, let me mention the case of Matthias Bonongo from Cameroon, who was a very important communication channel. Thank you, Matthias. Elisio Fernandes from Guinea-Bissau. He has also disseminated information and brought together a team. We also would like to thank the Secretariat of Southern African Development Community, notably Robin Zanase, for disseminating the information on this training program, the agenda, the invitation, through all representatives who normally participate in the meetings of TCCA, so the Technical Certification and Accreditation Committee of SADC. And this was also a very important way to reach out to the relevant institutions and stakeholders. And so thank you very much, all of you who have registered. So I think we could then already start moving to the next session. We have still the possibility for all new participants who are joining. I just wanted to encourage those who are just joining now, please, you can use the chat box to write your name and your institution, because we are going to be together for an entire week. So if anyone would like to say a word at this starting session, please, you have 2-3 minutes just for sharing any impression or any wishes for this week. And then we move to the session 2 immediately, without further ado. So let us then start moving to session 2. In this session 2, I hope you are seeing, please, participant who has raised his hand, you can take the floor, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me very clearly.
Yes. Yes.
My name is Abdul Malik Salman.
Please. Please continue, Abdul Malik. Colleagues, do you see the presentation on the screen? Erika?
Yes.
Thank you, Erika. So, in this session, we wanted just to introduce you to the agenda, the people, and the working methods. It will be a brief session. So, this is our learning week about qualifications, frameworks, and systems. It is the first such undertaking within the ACQF project. So far, we have had shorter periods of learning. It was always mutual learning, peer learning. And this is the first such more in-depth training program we are organizing together with all of you. Why this training program on this vast area topic of qualifications, frameworks, and systems, qualifications, frameworks, and systems in Africa, also not naturally experiences from the rest of the world? We are in a period of change. We all know we are seeing that skills, work, and learning are changing, are in transformation, of change of ways to validate and recognize learning, change in terms of management of qualifications and credentials. Many countries in Africa are developing their national qualifications frameworks and related tools and systems. So this induces, this requires, this change, this transformation, this requires adaptation. Adaptation is needed in qualifications frameworks and systems so that they respond, they remain relevant and they fulfill their mission. Adaptation in the capacities, the skills, tools of the relevant agencies, departments, and stakeholders, those who are dealing with qualifications frameworks and systems. There is also a need to raise the awareness of end users about qualifications frameworks and systems. So this training program is a way to cope with this important idea of adaptation and building capacities, refresh your knowledge about what qualifications frameworks are, how they are evolving, the new kinds of tools and methods.
Esta é uma ideia importante de adaptação e criação de capacidade ou capacitação, refrescar o conhecimento sobre aquilo que são os quadros de qualificações e como estão a melhorar a aprendizagem no mundo. Então, o objetivo final é para ajudar qualquer atividade tem que ter uma orientação e contribuir para uma referência e compreensão comum sobre o que, mas também sobre a forma, como fazer a revisão, como desenvolver. E no fim, o que é fundamental é que este programa e outros programas que seguirem contribuam e sustentem o quadro de qualificações nacional daí em diante. Então, qualquer programa de formação dentro do quadro deste projeto, o ACQF, tem que estar orientado a esta ideia de contribuir para a sustentabilidade futura. Então, permitam-me fazer uma apresentação breve sobre os nossos apresentadores. Em primeiro lugar, temos aqui peritos que trabalham na equipa do desenvolvimento do quadro de qualificações da ACQF. E são peritos, mas também representam organizações que estão a operar dentro do projeto. Organizações de gestão e pesquisa. São a Autoridade de Qualificações de Quênia, a Autoridade de Qualificações da Zâmbia e o Jet Education Services. Um outro grupo de contribuintes que são contribuintes importantes para este programa de formação são peritos convidados. Estão a se juntar às atividades de formação para partilhar conhecimento, como casos práticos. Então, os casos que vão ser aqui apresentados por muitos especialistas vão ilustrar ou demonstrar questões específicas ou tópicos no programa. Desta forma, temos 5 especialistas que contribuem para 4 das nossas sessões de formação. Então, de um lado, temos o projeto, a equipa de desenvolvimento do projeto. Então, especialistas que os veremos agora. E também temos os peritos convidados que estão a trazer experiências, estão a representar esses casos práticos que traz mais vida ao programa. Então, continuando, queria perguntar quem são os facilitadores nesse programa? Bom, eu disse, são os peritos que estão a trabalhar no projeto do ACQF. Peritos individuais são Beckman, que é de Austrália. Temos que tem muita experiência como quem garante a qualidade na formação e como uma parceira que participa em muitas atividades em todos os quadros de qualificações dos países. E também tem experiência internacional, especialmente na Ásia-Pacífico. Colin da África do Sul, que tem uma experiência de muito valor na Autoridade de Qualificações Sul-Africana, onde ela teve que desempenhar papéis diferentes, todos eles que foram muito fundamentais, que foram trazidos neste quadro de desenvolvimento da ACQF.
Kailash has been very active, especially with the start.
Temos Kailash tem estado muito ativa
expert working in the Tibet domain and qualifications framework. Deodon is also playing an important role in facilitation of this program. Kailash Deodon is from Cameroon, and he is active in as a professor, a university higher education professor in the domain of engineering, but also in the Ministry of Secondary Education. Deodon is also an active practitioner in the UNEVOC network of UNESCO. So the three organizations represented, so two are specialized in NQF and qualifications management, Kenya and Zambia, and JET Education Services as an education research more oriented organization, and ETF as the thematic steering and content coordination of this activity. The guest experts are, first of all, I'm going by order, sequence in the program. From Eswatini Higher Education Council, we have Gabi. She is going to tell us within the session 4 about the main priorities now of Eswatini qualifications framework, moving from the adoption now to very concrete steps towards operationalization. The Lesotho Council on Higher Education is also going to speak with us. It will be tomorrow on the methodology for leveling and inclusion of qualifications in the National Qualifications Framework. Zambia Qualifications Authority is going to share with us today, very briefly, the experience related with the review of the qualifications framework. Then on Wednesday, we have Credential Engine from United States, presenting a very interesting case. I hope you can all participate in this last session on Wednesday. From Micro-Credential Observatory, we will have Professor Mark Brown to share information with us and main, let's say, highlights on the developments related with micro-credentials. As technical team, we have three Opino working with European Training Foundation, and the two main colleagues also present here today and playing a very important role in all technical aspects are Erika Davolio and Giulia Rullo. And then we have, last but not least, interpretation team led by Timothy Tieko. And Timothy has been involved with this team in all activities of the ACQF from the beginning. So what are the themes that we are going to explore throughout this week? So all essential components and issues related to qualifications frameworks and systems. And here they are all listed. So first of all, the components, these are also these themes also correspond to the themes of the training modules. And the training modules, as well as the presentations, are already available on ACQF website. So just listing by order of the training modules, and this is not exactly the same order in the agenda of the training. So we have learning outcomes, fundamental building blocks of any qualifications framework, level descriptors, another fundamental element of the architecture of national qualifications frameworks, national and regional frameworks. Then we have an important topic related with referencing. And referencing is exactly the process that links together qualifications frameworks, national and regional. And by doing so, creates transparency and comparability between national qualifications frameworks. Validation and recognition of learning, RPL, CATs, and also recognition of foreign qualifications. Then a fifth theme is quality assurance in the context of ACQF. The sixth one is registration and registers, databases of qualifications. These are very fundamental instruments for transparency, for information sharing, for reaching out to the end users. Then as a seventh theme, a very also important area, which is monitoring and evaluation in the context of national qualifications framework. And I believe this is quite an innovative theme that this project is exactly developing, applicable and applied to national qualifications frameworks and the ACQF itself. Then communication and outreach of national qualifications frameworks. That's fundamental for visibility and for the use, actual use of the national qualifications framework, its benefits, its pillars, its tools by the wider group of users in the society. Innovation and technology in context of national qualifications frameworks. We just spoke about era of quick transformation. That's why this theme is in the frame of our agenda and also of the training modules. And finally, and this will be the starting theme, we have qualifications and national qualifications frameworks, a systemic view. So this is the theme of our session 4 today, a longer session, and it continues tomorrow as a first session as well. So this, as already said, correspond to the 10 training modules, ACQF training modules. They are already all uploaded in English fully, then most of them in French, and we started also uploading the training modules in Portuguese language. There will be some additional, more specific topics addressed in the agenda of the week, notably classifications, taxonomies of skills and occupations, micro-credentials, and green and digital skills. Just to be a bit more detailed, and we of course have time to look at this much more comprehensively in the concrete session. For example, qualifications and NQFs, a systemic view. This important session and important module is looking at qualifications frameworks as being part of a qualification system, so not working in isolation. The life cycle of national qualifications frameworks, phases, design, implement, review, the governance arrangements of an NQF, the key structures of an NQF, like the levels, domain descriptors, types of qualifications, the logic and coherence of a national qualifications framework, the quality assurance arrangements, micro-credentials, developing and formulating qualifications, and many others. Andrea Bateman is going to lead us through this important theme and session. What are the learning support methods that we are going to be using? So first of all, as it is already obvious from this picture, we have a combination of methods. First of all, we have presentations on specific themes done by the experts and complemented in certain cases by the guest experts who bring in their specific experience, practical case. We have questions that are embedded in the sessions, and these questions and answers possibilities are done, for example, via the chat box, but also specific sessions that we have in the beginning and end of each day. So questions are going to be addressed in form of polls, which are, let's say, quizzes, through the chat box where you can write your specific question or comment or doubt. And then, as said at the beginning and end of each of the days, we have then these specific sessions. And here you can see more or less the model training day. It always starts with a recapitulation, a summary of the main highlights and takeaways of the previous day, the agenda, and the recap session can also be used for quizzes. Then we have sessions, 1 or 2 before the break, then another 1 or 2 sessions after the break, and finally this final space can be half an hour or 1 hour dedicated to discussion and questions and answers. Of course, there are some variations in number of themes per day, but in principle, we always have 2 themes per day, except on day 3, where we have 3 themes. And then also on day 4, where we have, let's say, also 4 themes. So your active participation will really be very important, and we would like to encourage you all to be part of this training program as a journey. So we are all members, we are all traveling together, the facilitators, the trainers, the participants with different perspectives and expectations. Please choose always your preferred language channel interpretation so that you can really be part of the conversation without any language barriers. Please write your main questions in the chat box at all sessions. You have this possibility. You can write in French, Portuguese, or English. Then there will be several polls, so quizzes in the sessions and after the sessions. And they act a little bit like small assessment, learning assessment tools. So please do contribute to these polls. You have already one exercise to start the day with your name and country, and the same is going to be done throughout this week. Another very important expectation and hope we have is that you will also volunteer. Volunteer to some assessment tasks, like homework. And this means preparing short presentations of 5-6 minutes that can then be shared with our entire community of learners of this first training week in session 23 on the last day. And don't worry, because the facilitators of each of the sessions will be explaining you what exactly is expected for these examples of homework, assessment tasks. And then also, we would like to ask you to please volunteer to do the summary in the morning, the recap session, to present a summary of the outcomes of the previous day. What is it that has been learned? What are the fundamental elements of the learning of the previous day? Let me say that for tomorrow, second day, the recap session is already allocated to our colleagues Kailash and Deodon. But then from day 3, we have 3 days. The recap sessions are not yet allocated because we expect that you participants, learners, colleagues are going to volunteer. You can write your name in the chat box if you want to volunteer. At the end of the day today, you will have made your mind about this, up your mind about this. So what kind of training materials do we have? The training materials are, first of all, the training modules, we just mentioned them. So we have 10 training modules, but currently we have completed 9 training modules. They are available already on the ACQF website in the dedicated space training modules. Maybe, Erika, when you have a moment, you could also paste in the chat box the link to training modules of ACQF website. Then we have in design and in translation several improvement processes of design and translation of the training modules, so that by the end of the week, all training modules in the 2 language translations, French and Portuguese, will be available on the website. These training modules then address the different themes that we mentioned earlier, and you can understand that the training module number 10, for example, in fact covers almost the entirety of the topics and issues of this training program. But if you want to go more in depth, then you can look up each one of the training modules 1 to 9. Training module 8 is not yet available for publication. It will be available in May. That training module is dedicated to communication and outreach. Then you have the presentations. In total, there are 21 thematic presentations, and they are already all available in English on the ACQF website. Many are available in French, in Portuguese as well. So these two, the translated presentations are going to be available in the coming days on the website. Besides, there is another instrument for learning that is also in construction. So the first prototype of the learning management system of ACQF based on Moodle is already created, functional, and you were already invited to the platform, and tomorrow you will receive another invitation. So the content of this first phase, this first training program is already available. So notably the training modules on the learning management system. But what is more important is that the engineering of all the training modules as Moodle courses with the necessary assessment tools and steps is already underway, and you will have access to two courses that are fully engineered, and they correspond to the topics of training module 1 and training module 10. So the engineering of the 8 remaining courses is underway. We always say that learning and the training week as this one is a learning journey, naturally. So we start today with this more generic, wider view of qualifications and qualifications frameworks, what we are calling the systemic view. And then the remaining 4 days will be dedicated to look more in depth, to zoom in the topics. So we continue tomorrow then with this deeper view. And the deeper view is going to start with develop qualifications, how to develop qualifications, different aspects that are to be taken into account. And this is always also a continuation of today's session 4 on the systemic view. And tomorrow we will have then also, we will get into the realm of learning outcomes, as we know, a fundamental building block of qualifications frameworks. And there, Colleen Jafta will lead us through this very important theme, application of learning outcomes in different contexts. The day 3, Wednesday, we'll be looking at validation of learning, especially recognition of prior learning and credit accumulation and transfer systems. In the same day, we continue then towards the topic registration and registers of qualifications. We have then, in the 4th session of the day, we have quality assurance in the context of ACQF. And to conclude the day, we have then the presentation of credential engine from the United States. On day 4, we have 2 quite wide sessions. One of starting with a session on innovation and technology in the context of national qualifications frameworks and qualifications as a whole. That's a very interesting session. We would like to invite you all to really participate, find a moment to join. And then we conclude the day with also a very important session on monitoring and evaluation of qualifications frameworks, be they national or regional. That's let's say a novelty theme. And I think the presentation is very rich and very well prepared. There too, we have a homework for you. So please try to join also the 4th day. Day 5, not 1, sorry, my mistake. It is about the ACQF at work, let's say. So the first 3 sessions are about ACQF level descriptors. How have they been developed? What have been the methods, the main concepts, and what are they? How did we get to this grid of ACQF level descriptors? So Colleen is going to present this very, very fundamental topic. And then she will also share with us all the proposed approach, criteria, procedures for referencing of national qualifications frameworks to ACQF. And finally, in this initial part of the day dedicated to ACQF at work in the future, Colleen will share with us also information about the proposed communication and outreach approach and strategy of ACQF, reaching out to end users. And then we have an entire second part of the day dedicated to your presentations of, let's say, how you have addressed the different assessment tasks that are going to be proposed. Also session about green and digital transitions, the implications for learning and qualifications, and then 2 sessions with a final quiz, also your feedback, conclusion, and final comments. I'll be now very, very short because I have been already discussing this in the previous, when I showed the road. So the wider view addressed today, the wider view on qualifications and qualifications frameworks, then 2 days looking in depth at specific areas such as development of qualifications. I think this is a topic that many of you are interested in. Learning outcomes applications tomorrow, validation of learning, registration of qualifications, quality assurance. Then day 4, the special dimensions because they are in a way, let's say, novelty, innovation and technology monitoring and evaluation. And then the 5th day, a very active day, hopefully also with your participants' presentations and feedback. Let me say also that participants completing this journey will receive digital certificates. They will be issued by ACQF Learning Management System on Moodle technology. So they will be issued as completion of the training journey and completion of a specific questionnaire. And for that, you will also be contacted. You will receive a link to do this exercise. So if you have questions, I know there are questions on the chat box. Maybe. Thank you. In fact, I don't see specific questions, but I'd like nonetheless to acknowledge here a very important contribution inserted by Abdul Malik Salman. Actually, I would like to pass you the floor again, Abdul Malik. Instead of me reading your comment, Abdul Malik, please do speak. You have the floor. You have the floor for your comments. So Abdul Malik represents ECOWAS CDAO. If you are connected.
Okay, good morning once again. I hope you can hear me very clearly.
Yes, we can hear you very well, Abdul Malik. Thank you.
Good morning to all the participants. My name is Abdul Malik Salman from the ECOWAS Commission, Abuja, from the Department of Education, Science and Culture. So particularly, I would like to appreciate the efforts of the AU, African Union Commission, and other partners in putting in place this initiative on qualification framework for the African continent. It's a very good initiative, and it is also in line with various efforts at the regional level at the ECOWAS Commission. Specifically, is in line with the ECOWAS Convention on Recognition and Equivalence of Certificates. So we are also doing a lot of work on that. And if we are able to have this continental framework, it will help national qualifications and each of the regional to have a kind of interaction, and it will also build the education system, and it will promote free movement of persons and mobility of students across the African continent. So from the ECOWAS Commissioner for Education and Science and Culture, Dr. Mamadou Diaw, and other principal officers in the sector, I bring warm greetings to you and wish us an interesting and engaging learning time. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very, very much. We are really very grateful for these words and cooperation, spirit of cooperation expressed by ECOWAS. We hope that you can participate throughout the week and do not hesitate to make any other proposals or bring in also other colleagues. Thank you very much, Abdul Malik, for this. Thank you. So if there are no questions immediately from any of the participants, maybe we could immediately move to the first session on a concrete topic of this training week. And this session is, of course, about ACQF. ACQF, the meta framework of for the continent. And this session is a shared, we are going to do it shared. So this presentation is shared between Dr. Mukwana, who is the CEO of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Dr. Mukwana is a contributor and expert working also with ACQF development project. And I will also be participating in sharing this information with all of you. So Dr. Mukwana, I'm going then to share the screen, and as agreed, please, Dr. Mukwana, you have the floor to start. I hope
Good
you
morning.
are.
I hope I can be heard, Eduarda.
Yes, Dr. Mukwana, we can hear you very well.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. As I've been introduced, my name is Juma Mukwana. I'm the CEO of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, and I'm also one of the experts that is working to create the African Continental Qualifications Framework. And I really want to appreciate all of you from across the continent for registering to participate in this training workshop for this week. This is the first of a kind because, as you know, most of the other continents, if it's the European Qualification Framework, they have qualification framework, the European Union, if you talk about Australia. So Africa has been a little bit slow on developing this. And I am happy that since the last 2 years, we've been working day and night to create the African Continental Qualification Framework, and that we are here to present to you the first training that is coming out of this important work that is just starting. Two, I would like to indicate that the African Continental Qualification Framework will not work without having capacity and having experts. And so we are happy that this workshop is giving you an opportunity to become one of the experts on qualification frameworks within the continent. And so this presentation will be done between me and Eduarda, who is our colleague that we are working with, again, to create the Continental Qualification Framework. As we know, Africa needs skills. For us to grow, for us to develop, for us to industrialize, we need skills and we need qualifications, but we also need skills and qualifications that speak to each other. And that's why we are here to create this opportunity. And maybe to start us off, I would like to ask a question. What is the AFCTA? Maybe you can just type, I'll give you 1 minute to type in the chat box what you understand by AFCTA, and if you think why is it important, maybe. So if you just do that, I'd rather go back a little. Yes, let's stick there. Okay. Yes, I can see that a number of you have typed there. So the AFCTA refers to the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And I think that's an important aspect. This is a new initiative of the African Union that was agreed through efforts. A protocol was designed and it has been signed. And I want to ask the next question. How many countries do you think have ratified the AFCTA protocol? Please type in the, is it 20? Is it 28? Is it 36? Is it 42? Please type in the chat box. How many countries within Africa do you think have signed up to ratify the, okay. I see 42, I see 20, I see 36 from Onyango. I see Elena here saying 36. I see Juliet says 50, Mary 36. Okay, let's go back. I think all of you, I think, have done your best. 36 countries have ratified this protocol to establish the African Continental Free Trade Area. Remember, across the globe, many of the countries are trading with each other. If you look at within the European Union, trade between European countries is up to nearly 70%. So trading between countries within the EU is quite high. Within the Asian continent, it's about 35–40%. Within the African continent, African countries trading with each other is only about 15%. So you can see that we are trading with other people more than we are trading with ourselves. That also means that we are taking a lot of opportunities out of Africa, because for every good you buy from outside Africa, it means that you're actually exporting jobs. And remember, as a continent, as you can see, 55 countries, 1.4 billion people, 70% of which are under 35 years. So you can see that Africa has a very huge young population, which can be an opportunity, but it can also be a problem if you are not able to train them, to give them skills, and also to give them jobs. So we are saying that the continent is the youngest. 65% of our population is younger than 25 years. So nearly people who are less than 35 years are nearly 1 billion. This is a really opportunity. 541 million are less than 14 years. And you can see that 455 million are between 15 and 34. So you can see that this is a continent that has a lot of young people, which is an opportunity, but we must give them this opportunity. And we can only give them this opportunity if we industrialize, if we trade together with each other as African countries. And for trade to take place, there's no way trade is going to move between one country and another country without qualifications moving. That's why we need a standardized way, qualifications that meet our standard, qualifications that we have agreed on each other, qualifications that speak one language. We need, for trade to move, we must have people moving with their qualifications. And so it's important that we have a continental qualification framework to support the African Continental Free Trade Area. Next.
Dr. Mukwana, I would like just to ask 1 second. From Comores, we have a participant raised his hand, and I don't know if it is something very urgent. Abdul Razak, vous avez une question urgente?
Do you have an urgent question? No, just to say that the team in Comoros, we have an issue with electricity. I might have to relocate to be able to connect properly. But we basically disconnected from the trading. All right, understood. Understood. You will have access to the video of the first day. Thank you.
It was just one participant saying that the team from Comoros is now having a difficulty with electricity. So they are not all able to join now. Let's see if the problem is solved.
Okay, sorry about that, Comoros. We really want to have all of you on board, but as Eduardo has said, a recording of this training will be available, and so you can review this at the end of the day. And so to support Africa moving towards harmonized and better coordinated qualifications that speak to each other, we've said that the Continental Free Trade Area needs new skills and new qualifications for us to trade, for us to industrialize, for us to work with each other. And so we need national industrial policies that need to be adapted to the new environment so that we can trade with each other and also spur economic growth within Africa. Also, we need to tailor skills policies to the technical needs. and emerging trends. Remember, 70% of the jobs that we need in the next 10 years have not yet been created. And so for Africa to grow, we must keep our training, our policies appraised and also reformed so that they're able to keep pace with the changing needs within the environment. So we need the emerging trends that are crucial for attracting investments. For Africa to grow, you can see that we are looking for diaspora investment, for people to come from other countries to come and invest. But we can't invest in a country if there are no talents, if there are no skills. And so it's very, very important that Africa is the new frontier for investments. But for us to be a home for investments, we need skills, we need talents. And as you can see from the World Bank, they say that talent and skills rank very highly among one of the top determinants that drive foreign direct investment. When somebody wants to invest in a new country, the first question they ask is that, do we have skills that will support the work, the business, the industry that they want to set up? And so as a continent, for us to develop, we need to race against time to ensure that we are not just training people the way we have been training in the past, but we're also looking at what are the emerging areas, what are the emerging skills that we don't have that will support new investments within our countries. And it's not always people training from afresh. We may have people that are trained like yourselves that need new skills. So upskilling of your skills, reskilling, the way you are learning this week about qualification frameworks, you're actually upskilling. Some of you are reskilling because you have been working in these areas. And this is crucial to meet sector-specific needs of new requirements for the Africa, especially when you think about the digital skills that we need, the green transformation. And also, as you can see, COVID has been with us. So as a continent, we have to look ahead, 10 years, 5 years, 15 years. What do we need? What skills do we have in Kenya, in South Africa, in Malawi, in Cameroon today? But what will we need in 15 years? And are we ready? Are we equipping our young people with these skills so that they are able to work within this digital environment? Climate change is an issue. COVID-19 has been here with us. So all this is putting demands and new requirements on our training and our skill requirements. So as a continent, we have to keep ahead of time. And those of us who are working within qualification frameworks have an opportunity, because a qualification framework is a reform tool, it's a transformation tool. It's a tool for us to use to look ahead and ask ourselves, what will we need in 5 years, in 10 years? Are we ready? And so is our training ready to give us the skills that we are looking for? So it is important then, and as we do that, we have to work very closely with policymakers so that we have good policies. The private sector, these are the people that really demand the skills. These are the people that are investing in our countries. What skills are they looking for? And ensure that our training institutions are also transforming so that they can train people in these new skill areas that we are all looking for, so that we can move this continent to the next level. So as we have said, Africa is the continent of the moment. It is a continent of the moment because this is where a lot of investments, a lot of people who see opportunities are coming, but we must be ready to also be able to respond to that. The other issue is, as I've indicated, we must look at the private sector and so that we are able to even come up with regional centers of excellence. As an African continent, we cannot afford each one of us to train in all areas that I've indicated, but it's possible to have a SADC center of excellence in digital skills, or machine learning, or artificial intelligence, where other Africans can also go to learn, so that we go manage these places, we share resources, so that we build a capacity that the continent is looking for. And the idea behind this is for us to work intra-regional, so that we are able to leverage on each other's strengths and weaknesses, and also promote then skills mobility across continents, across the continent, across the region, between countries, because as I've said, trade between Uganda and Rwanda cannot work if skills cannot move, and if the skills cannot be recognized across the borders so that people can move. Next. So that we put this into context, I would like again to ask you to write in the chat box, because I've put some sentences here, And the question I want to ask is, whose concerns are these? For example, what qualifications for growing sectors and occupations are offered by education and training across the continent? We've talked about these new areas. So what qualifications, so somebody is, who do you think should be the person asking what qualifications, who should be addressing the issue of qualifications that we need for these growing sectors, the new sectors that we are identifying? Maybe in your country, maybe in your region, maybe in the continent. Who do you think should be concerned about Africa getting together skills that will take us to the new level, that will respond to the new challenges? Please write in the chat box. You have 1 minute.
All questions, Dr. Mukon. Otherwise, we don't have time.
Oh, we don't have time. Okay. Oh, yeah. So let's ask all the four, then so that you can then go through all of them. So who should be concerned about these new skill areas? The other question that I would like us to look at is, if we're asking ourselves, is this diploma from country A comparable with a diploma in country B? Who should be concerned with that? And then the third question is, where can we get updated and comparable information about qualification frameworks in Africa? Who should be concerned about that? So where can we get updated and comparable information about qualifications? And then number 4, how can my HR department, for example, if I'm in an HR department, get this information to support our new staff recruitment? If I want to start a new battery cell production, so how can my HR get information to which skills are existing that can support my new industry? Please in the chat box answer those 4 questions, then I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. So I have seen what you've put in the chat box, and as you can see, it is an ecosystem of different people. So I see people saying this must be industry, which means that we really must get our qualifications that are aligned to what the industry is looking for. We've looked at qualification authorities. I've seen quality assurance. I've seen training institutions. I've seen government policymakers, curriculum developers, the labor market. So you can see that it's really an ecosystem. And the place where we bring all these people together is the qualification framework. And that is why you need a continental qualification framework that works with regional qualification frameworks, that works with national qualification frameworks. And within the nation, then you mobilize all the stakeholders from training, industry, labor, to ensure that each one of us are able to respond to the needs of today without compromising the needs of tomorrow, but also preparing to ensure that as a country, you're looking ahead to say, 10 years from now, there are skills that we need. We will need a curriculum to be developed. We need new training institutions to be set up. We need new equipment that will be used for training. We need new trainers. So we need a new policy environment. So remember that qualifications are an ecosystem-wide phenomenon. And each country must really integrate, work together to ensure that this happens. But for all of us to move together as a continent, then ACQF becomes very critical and very important, because it is setting the tone, and it's also setting the base, and it's also setting the standard that we all need to put together. And that's why within the ACQF, we are promoting establishment of regional qualification frameworks such as SADC, East African Community Qualification Framework, IGAD, West Africa Community, so that we have all speaking the same language, we are all using the same approach, so that as a continent, we can transform and move to the next level. Next slide, Eduardo. And so, talking about the ACQF and its foundations. So why do we need an ACQF, the African Continental Qualification Framework?
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. The Africa Continental Qualification Framework originates from within the Agenda 2063, which is the African Union agreement. And within its first 10-year implementation, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025. And as we have indicated, that the ACQF is also very important for implementing the free trade area, the African Continental Free Trade Area. And also, there is the African Free Movement Protocol. So as we've said, trade cannot move if people cannot move, and also there is a free movement protocol, and we also have the Pan-African Quality Assurance Framework to ensure that all the qualifications, remember, if qualifications have to move across borders, they all have to be the same quality, we all have to trust them, we all have to be sure that what we are doing in one country is appreciated and accepted in another country, and so the Continental Qualification Framework is important. Next. So the vision of the ACQF is to build an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing, as you can see, there are several aspirations, but the only aspiration that I want to talk about is the one that's relevant to the ACQF, that we want to build an integrated and prosperous and peaceful Africa that's driven by its own citizens. And this prosperous Africa is based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. And sustainable growth and sustainable development includes targets that are related to education and skills. Next. And so these are the 7 aspirations, as we've said. The first one, which we had focused on, was an Africa, a prosperous Africa that's based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. But there are others: a peaceful and secure continent, an Africa that is strong, united, and resilient, speaking one language, an Africa that has good governance, democracy. So you can see that the Agenda 2063 puts a lot of emphasis and puts a lot of pressure on Africa to perform, to move to the next level, to take its people to the next level. Next. And so the first 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063 is education and skills is addressed in call 2 of the aspiration 1, where we need a well-educated citizens and skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. So if you look at goal 2 of aspiration 1, we are looking at a well-educated citizens within the continent and the skills revolution that's underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. And goal 2 of the first aspiration includes, among others, the following target, which then creates the ACQF, which is to create a common continental education qualification system to be in place. So you can see that Agenda 2063 is looking at the issue. Remember, education within the continent is quite diverse, because some of us were former British colonies, others were former French colonies, others were Portuguese, and some of us have Arabic education. And so we have borrowed education from many jurisdictions. But the question we're asking, is this education working for us? How do we make it interrelated? How do we make it connected? How do we make it comparable, regardless of where it came from, so that it can work for Africa and take Africa forward? And so for us to do this, we are looking at a common continental education qualification system that will be in place to support. And this is where the ACQF comes in. Next. And so the Continental Education Strategy for Africa up to 2025, 2016 to 2025, has 12 strategic objectives that will seek to to add the dimension and to drive change within the continent. Strategic Objective 4 has two goals that directly related to the issue of national qualification frameworks that also link with the African Continental Qualification Framework. So in part C, you will see that that strategic objective says that we shall set up national qualification frameworks and regional qualification frameworks to facilitate the creation of multiple pathways to acquisition of skills and competences, as well as mobility across the subsector. So if you look at that part C, it requires that every country, the 55 countries within Africa, should strive to establish a national qualification framework. And I really want to appreciate that a lot of the countries, as you will see shortly, have made a lot of effort to try and develop a national qualification framework in response to this continental education strategy for Africa. And also, we have had a number of regional qualification frameworks. The SADC qualification framework is one of our oldest regional qualification frameworks. I know the East African qualification framework for higher education now being revised has also been in place. ICAD is struggling to put together a qualification framework. Our colleagues in West Africa are doing the same in response to the fact that we as Africa have committed ourselves to set up both the national and regional qualification frameworks to support mobility of our people across the borders, either as refugees sometimes, or as business people, or as professionals that want to practice in different countries. Part D of that strategy says that we shall develop a continental qualification framework that is linked to regional and national qualification framework. So you can see that the continental qualification framework is very important, but it is much better if it's linked to regional and to national. And so as a continent, we have a very, very big task of making sure that in each of our countries, you have a comprehensive national qualification framework. And then within the regions, we have a regional qualification framework that then links to the continental qualification framework, the ACQF. Next.
Thank you, Dr. Mukwana. So that's part that the next, the follow-up now of the presentation, I will try to do very, very quickly because we are very short of time. So let me just very briefly remind some concepts that you already know, and some of them have been already mentioned by our colleague Emmanuel Okonkwo from African Union Commission. So the purposes of ACQF. So these important purposes. The first one is to enhance comparability, quality, transparency. The second one is facilitate validation of learning, recognition, mobility. It is not about doing recognition, but about facilitating recognition. It is also to cooperate with the national and regional levels, frameworks, and naturally also to seek referencing cooperation with frameworks in other parts of the globe. Three important principles underpin the vision of ACQF. So first of all, inclusiveness. So all types, all sectors of education and training. It's not a framework for higher education or TVET. It is a comprehensive, inclusive approach, all modes of learning. Innovation, so future-proof framework, and openness. Openness to all stakeholders and good practice as well. The conceptual technical design, as it has been now defined in the ACQF policy documents, supported by the ACQF guidelines, is as follows. So 10 levels, so the whole continuum of education and training across from basic to higher doctorate degrees, comprehensive, so not only one sector, as just said. The level descriptors expressed as learning outcomes, so learning outcomes appearing as this important building block. Then the level descriptors are formulated through three domains, in three domains of learning: knowledge, skills, autonomy, and responsibility. A meta framework, so a meta framework meaning a translation device for referencing between national frameworks and ACQF, for comparison and for cooperation. And this is what then creates this mutual trust, which is then the ultimate, let's say, purpose of ACQF. The learning outcomes orientation will naturally support transparency, comparability of qualifications of different national systems. So it's not an orientation to duration of learning, but to outcome of learning. It will also support transparency and credibility of recognition of prior learning, and naturally also the application of credit accumulation and transfer systems. The outputs of ACQF development project in this period 2020 to end 2022 are the following. So the ACQF policy document supported by an action plan, 10 guidelines that are, let's say, the implementation support tools for the future work of the ACQF, and the 10 training modules that are associated naturally with these 10 guidelines. Besides ACQF deliverables, the outputs are the ACQF website. I think you have all visited. You can see it contains a large range of analyses, researches, information, news, and naturally all the outputs, deliverables, let's say knowledge products of this project, capacity development program and learning management system, and many other activities, including activities related with the governance, the cooperation through the ACQF advisory group. I will not repeat, we have just listed these main topics of our 10 ACQF guidelines. We listed them during the second session. So the 10 topics go from the learning outcomes, approach and application, to the systemic view on qualifications, frameworks and systems. So these are also the themes of our training week. This is the homepage of ACQF website. It's very easy to access. ACQF, www.acqf.africa. Then let me just very briefly also say a few words about the, let's say, the 7 main areas of activity as they are foreseen in the draft ACQF policy document. And these areas are going in principle to contribute to this vision of ACQF as creating mutual trust. So the first one is referencing. This is a very fundamental function of a meta-regional framework. Then the second area is supporting recognition of prior learning. The third area is a future ACQF qualifications platform and management information system. The fourth area concerns qualifications, notably development of common profiles of qualifications, not qualifications themselves, but profiles, standards, elements, common elements that are important for the priority sectors of, for example, the continental free trade area, for continental integration. And these profiles can then be used at national, regional level for development of qualifications. Then a fifth area is capacity development, a very important fundamental area. Sixth is the networking and cooperation, creating these bonds, this mutual trust. And naturally, seventh is the analysis, monitoring, and evaluation. In these two additional slides, we just give a little bit more detail about these areas. But in view of the very short time available now to complete this presentation, I will just say a few words about recognition of prior learning. So examples of how this will work in the future when the ACQF becomes operational, so after the end of 2022, it means the development of common guidelines and approaches, an updated inventory of RPL systems on the continent, wide information and support campaign, for example, with interested countries that really want to pilot or develop their own approaches. As I already said, then the qualifications includes a range of activities such as research and design of common approaches and methodologies, and development of qualification profiles adequate for continental use. So this naturally is never about replacing your own national qualifications frameworks or legislation, regulations, The qualifications framework continental is complementary. It adds value. It does not replace or supersede your national systems. Capacity development includes also various types of approaches, combination, and the networking with African stakeholders, but also networking with international, so beyond the African continent. Referencing. I will not really go into this slide because we have a specific session dedicated to this topic, and it is session 21, and you can read the details in the training module 3. You also have the presentation with all these details, the presentation prepared by our colleague Colin. Basically, what I'm going just to say is the following. In the picture you have here, you have in the middle, an RQF, a regional qualifications framework as a translation device, such as the ACQF. And through referencing, countries relate their levels, their national qualifications frameworks, to the levels of this translation device, this regional qualifications framework. So this is, let's say, in a nutshell, the most important, let's say, purpose of referencing. And referencing is based always on criteria and procedures that are common, agreed, comparable. And referencing is, let's say, a process almost of self-assessment and improvement, self-improvement. It's not really an examination or fail or pass at all. It's more a process of self-assessment, self-improvement. And this creates then this, contributes to create of this common area of trust. You have this presentation, so since I am very short of time, so on the continent, the ACQF project through the research, its research component and permanent update has then collected information and updated this information about 41 countries. And we have seen and have categorized the different stages, let's say, in which the various qualifications frameworks are into these 5 categories. And our colleague, Andrea, who is going to lead the next session, is also going to speak about this. So I'm not also going to dedicate time. The only thing I want to say is that all in all, broadly speaking, at the moment where the ACQF is developing and preparing to start implementation, there are the panorama across the continent is quite favorable. You can see that we have 15 countries that can be categorized in this category of NQF approved implementation started. We have another 7 countries in this category of NQF in advanced implementation and reviewed. We have also 9 countries in this category of development and consultation. Some of them are really moving forward very quickly with their national qualifications frameworks. This is just a visual representation of that dynamic. In these 2 years of implementation of this project, we have seen countries move from the second or first stage into 3rd and 4th. So this means also that this categorization is fluid because things are moving concretely on the ground. This is just the map. And going forward, Dr. Mukwana, the floor is yours for 1 minute before we pass the floor then to our colleague Andrea for session 4. Dr. Mukwana, thank you.
Running out of time, and as you can see, the ACQF project has been going on for nearly 3 years now, and we are now looking ahead 2023 to 2026, where we are looking at building on the outputs and outcomes of the current ACQF project. There will also be a follow-up project supporting implementation, because remember what we have been doing now, the ACQF has been in design, but now we are looking at starting to implement, starting to put something, a secretariat together, to put together people to start to implement, and diverse levels of cooperation, both national, regional, and continental will be required. Is there another slide? Yes, and some of the action areas that we are looking at as we roll into implementation is we are looking at the issue of governance. What kind of system do we put in place to implement the framework, and what capacities do we need? Then there's the issue of qualification platform. We hope that all the qualifications that are referenced to the ACQF from all the countries and all the regions will give us one platform where we are able to look at which are the qualifications that have met the standard of being an African continental qualification. The issue of capacity development, and that's why we are here, that we need a lot of experts to learn about qualification frameworks, RPL, CATS, different aspects, recognition and equation of qualifications, so that we have enough capacity of people to ensure that implementation of the continental framework can take place. We need the support of the countries, each of our countries. As you've seen, we are struggling to put together our national qualification frameworks, also regional qualification frameworks, and these are important infrastructure for us to develop our continental framework. Then referencing, our expectation then is that either regions or countries can start to reference their qualifications onto the framework so that they can become recognized and visible, so that as a continent, we know which qualifications meet the standard that we have set for the continent, and so that they can then start to move around. The other issue is qualification common profile, so that we describe each qualification using the same parameters so that we can compare those qualifications that are there. Support for recognition of prior learning. This is very important. The continent, nearly 70 to 80% of our sectors are informal, what we call in Kenya, chuakali. So there is a lot of skills, there's a lot of talent, there is a lot of knowledge within the informal sector. And part of what the Continental Qualification Framework is seeking to do is to recognize, to assess, and bring these skills into the formal setting. And so RPL is important, and then monitoring and evaluation to ensure that countries, regions, and even the Continental Qualification Framework is keeping to its targets, is able to meet its targets, is able to impact the way we expect it to do, so that it can transform this continent. But for all this to happen, we need cooperation, we need networking between countries, regional qualification frameworks, and all of us as experts, as Africans, so that we can make this animal called ACQF to really move, and in the process also run within a few days. Is there another one?
Thank you, Dr. Mukwana. So now, colleagues, we should have a first quiz about this specific topic, but because we are short of time, we kindly ask Erika to move this quiz to the session questions and answers. And with this, we thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Dr. Mukwana. And we can immediately then move to session 4. And Andrea Bateman is connecting from Australia. She has then worked very hard on the guideline 10, on the training module 10, and she's now going to share with us in two parts, the most important highlights of this training module 10, NQF's a systemic view. Thank you so much, Andrea. We know that it is very late on your part of the world, and you are here full of energy as always to lead us. Thank you, Andrea. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm hoping you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Welcome, everybody, and it's fairly daunting to be speaking to so many people. And I hope that I don't go too fast, and I hope you can understand my accent. I guess this session really is about, and Eduardo's given you a lot of information already, but about what a national qualification framework is, how do we develop them, why do we develop them, and some implementation issues and review. We actually have 2 case studies for this session today from Eswatini and Zambia. And so I'm thanking them in advance. They are already prepared and waiting. So we'll move on. In terms of national frameworks, I think what I'm going to do first up is to talk about some definitions. And I know it's probably thinking, oh, why are we doing that? But we are working for 5 days. And I think sometimes it's really important to get some base level definitions going so that we know what we're talking about. Now, the first one is, what's a national qualifications framework? And I think you've already heard some talk around the regional frameworks and national frameworks and continental frameworks. But I think you've already had some ideas about what a regional framework does. So let's just sort of bring it down to the national level. So really a national framework it's a policy instrument. It's something where the country describes to themselves and to the rest of the world what qualifications are being issued in their country and what they look like in essence. And we'll talk about that later, but basically how complex they are and how big they are in terms of time or effort. But what they tend to do is they tend to classify your qualifications. So they tend to put them in what I call types. And if you're a very orderly person like me, you know, a quality auditor, you like classifications, you like order. And I think this is what a qualification does. It communicates what you want in your country. Now, for anybody who wants to ask a question, please put up your hand. I'm hoping Eduardo will let me know when anybody does, because I can't see that right now. So next one is, what is a qualification? Now, I know that sounds a silly question, but quite often when I work with countries on NQFs, one of the questions I ask them very early is, how will you define what is a qualification? What is it? Because some countries will define a qualification maybe as the document that is given to the student, the graduate. Others will describe it as this one here is the formal outcome of a validation and assessment process. And you get it when somebody issues it to you, who has the right to issue it to you, and it's met some standards. So there's kind of two ways of looking at it, but the way I'm trying to talk about qualifications today is the next bit. And I think this is where we need to clarify. For me, it's about the specifications of learning outcomes. It's what we describe that the person needs to be able to achieve to get that document, that testimony, or whatever you want to call it. And that's what we're saying it is. So I use the word as specification quite carefully, and I tend to use it through training module 10 and through the guide, it's the accompanying guide. So I think if you get that in that idea that it's a specification of learning outcomes, because what I need you to do is differentiate that from what a training or an educational institution will do. They will then develop a program to meet that qualification specification. Sometimes in some countries that's merged, sometimes it's separate, but really they are two separate steps. But we'll talk about qualifications again tomorrow. And then I want to talk about what's a qualification system. And strangely enough, I've been having this conversation again in Australia, because we're reviewing our framework. It's one of the oldest frameworks, and it's going through its second major review. And talking to people, quite often they will be talking about the broader qualification system and its quality assurance rather than the framework when they see that there may be a problem. So for me, a qualification system relates to part of the education and training system that relates to where qualifications are issued. And that's really important. And it's where we talk about there's a qualification framework, or explicit or implicit, and then we have quality assurance and all the other linkages that that just seems to grow sometimes into quite a huge list. But that is the broader definition. A qualification system will include or may include an NQF. For countries that are emerging with their NQFs, you do have qualifications, and you do maybe talk about bachelor. You do have a sense of what I would call an implicit framework. And then there's this really strong component, the quality assurance system, which to me, the framework and the quality assurance are linked. The stronger the linkage, to me, the stronger your framework and your system. So this is a diagram where I've actually adapted from one from Eduarda, where I've tried to talk about what is the qualification system. And at the top, I've got the NQF, the technical design document. And I changed the colors today because I thought bright orange, for me, it's bright orange, might be bright red, is trying to get it to stand out from everything else. And I think you can see some of the conversations that you've heard from Eduarda today around outreach, communication, monitoring and evaluation, validation of non-formal and informal learning, recognition of formal learning, credit transfer, be what you call them, registers, databases. You can see already from Eduarda's presentations just before now that these are all part of what I would call your qualification system. And you could probably add more circles as you go. It will depend on your country, what you see as being part of that. But you will see quality assurance down in that bottom left-hand corner in the blue circle. And that, to me, they are the two major components. So you can never see an NQF in isolation. I shouldn't say that. I was going to say most frameworks. Frameworks, generally speaking, tend to look a little bit the same, but they're really different in how they're implemented and how they link to their quality assurance. And that in some ways is more interesting than the frameworks themselves. And then I've obviously talked about quality assurance. And what do I mean by that? And I guess what I'm saying is that it's everything you do to make sure that the qualifications that you issue are of quality, they meet the labour and civil society needs. There's no use developing up qualifications that your labour market doesn't want or doesn't see a need for, or that you develop them, but you may not have included the labour or other stakeholders, so you actually develop up a qualification that doesn't match the need. So I see quality assurance as almost everything that could assure the quality of the qualification outcome, the assessment, how the program is delivered by the institutions, how it's, if you want to talk about validation, it also, to me, includes any graduation requirements that may exist in your country. It is quite a broad statement, but this is the one we've been using, and this is the one I think you need to be thinking about. But it will depend. Quality assurance will depend very strongly on your own country's implementation, context, history. It is quite varied, and that's why I say sometimes you can look at NQFs and think it looks much the same, but then you start to talk to people in country and you'll see that they vary. This broader one here is I'm just trying to say too that quality assurance occurs at regional levels. For example, some quality regional frameworks, and I'll use the one from ASEAN, has a regional quality assurance framework as well. They have a common understanding of what they consider to be quality assurance. National, I'm meaning within your country, but that could be by sector. And quality assurance quite often in larger systems will have TVET sectors, higher education sectors, some will have skills sectors. It will be a whole raft of different, it could be a raft of different quality assurance systems within there. And of course, provider level, where we're talking about internal quality assurance, or how the institutions themselves, the providers themselves, quality assure how they provide their programs to meet qualifications, and how they ensure that those programs lead to graduates that employers want. So it talks about employer satisfaction, etc. So there's a lot of information in there, and you can see at national level, I've only got 6 items. Look at the last one, provision of public information, and that's around databases and registers. Really important public face of an NQF. I find databases and registers, I say to countries, they're your biggest marketing tool. They're the ones that tell you which qualifications have gone through the quality assurance processes on your framework as recognised, for example, as a bachelor. It will include potentially providers who can deliver that qualification, and therefore it is an excellent, it's the biggest marketing tool that you have. And I think that's important, but you can see there's lots of things that need to be quality assured. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about number 1, which is about the qualification design and approval processes. And that's a feature of tomorrow. One of the things, I think there's some comments. Is there one good qualification system?
I recommend that you address all these comments maybe later because of the time.
Okay.
We take note of all the comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just checking my time. I've got 10 minutes. Okay, if we talk about stages of an NQF, you've already heard Eduardo speak about the stages of an NQF, and I talk about the life cycle, and you can divide the life cycle up into more than 5 steps, but the 5 I've used here is the ones that we had from the ACQF. And I think that's really important to think about. And Eduardo did bring that up. And we do have a poll here. So I might ask for the poll to be raised because I'd like you to think about, although you've had some hints already, about what stage your NQF might be at. Is it not in place? Is it in early steps in development consultation? Has it been approved or started implementation? Or has it been operational for some time and been in review? So could we go to the poll, please? Wonderful, thank you. So there'll be a link to the poll. And so can I ask the countries to start responding, please? We've got only about a minute or so to be able to do this. Been a request for the link in the chat. We've got somebody comment on in development and in consultation. Can we try people into the Mentimeter, please, if we can?
Erika, maybe you could make available
the link in the chat. Yep.
Yes, it is shared now. Sorry.
Thank you, Erika.
No worries.
Okay, we've got 4 people out of 100. Just where you think it's at, it's not a test. It's really just where you think your framework is at or potentially at. Couple more, please.
Even colleagues who replied in the chat box, they can now also vote in the poll.
Yes, it'd be lovely if you could vote in the poll. Decided to actually get my phone out and time us so that we don't go for too much longer.
Maha, you need simply to move forward in the, if the link doesn't show the question, you need to enter the code and maybe you can join another presentation then.
Sorry, I'm just showing again the QR code in case some colleagues want to just photograph it and go directly to the questions. And my colleague will repost the link in the chat just to be sure.
Okay, we're still getting lots of comments in the chat, I think.
Yes. Okay, it's a combination then. We have.
It's always hard when you just get started, I think, doing the polls, because it does take a little bit of time to get used to them.
Yeah. That's also a learning process.
Yes, it is. We're getting there. We've got a few.
Maybe if you want, we could already move on.
I think we might have to move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We might take it down, Erica, and if people can continue to go, that would be wonderful. I think I have to share my screen again.
Yes.
You should see it now.
Yep.
I hope you do. Thank you for all the people who responded in the chat and at the start of the poll. Okay, so you have seen this one because Eduardo put it up before. When she put it up, I thought, oh, okay. But you will see, we talked about it, that there's quite a lot of different stages of development. And I've broken up into those ones there, and you can see that there is a fair amount of variance. And there are, I would put 7 in the advanced and implementation, because some are already in review, some are even going into their second review. And it's not as if you go back up to the top and start all over again, but you can see there's a lot of development going on in the African continent. It's quite a lot of movement. And I always say to people, every time you do a table like this, it changes almost weekly, because more countries come on board, more countries start to think about wanting an NQF, and some move very, very quickly once they get started. As you can see, some of what I call sectoral NQFs, and so they relate to a specific sector. But having said that, there's a lot of movement in the African continent, and it'll be a very exciting number of years. And you did see this also from Eduardo. This is what it would probably look like if we all completed as we went along. And you can see there's a fair amount of movement. There's over half here in percentage wise who are either well implemented or in review. So it's quite an interesting diagram when you start to look at it. One of the things that I have talked about in the module and the guide is, rather than look at 5 stages and try and divide them, I started to call them phases. And I'm just going to look at 3 phases. And this is what we'll be spending the session on today. The first one is design and development. The next one is implementation. And the last one is review and monitoring. And I'm going to go into design very quickly because we're about to stop for a quick break. But in this phase, what happens? We have what we call conceptualization and the design phase of the NQF. And this is where we ask, why do we want it? How will we do it? When will we implement it? What will happen? We have a consultation and testing phase as well. And lots of consultation will go on. Testing with small groups or small, maybe an institution will see how the framework can be applied. And then there's an official adoption. So really the first phase is basically that, but you could divide this phase up into smaller phases. And these were some of the critical questions that I think you need to ask yourself. There needs to be a plan for the development. And this is why I said what for, what, how, with whom and when. What overall approach will you have to development? Who will you consult with? How will the stakeholders be engaged? Will you test or trial it? And there's some significant questions then around the design. And I've split that into 2, the purpose and the scope. It may be the objectives and the scope, depending on the way you look at it. And then the design features. And this is also something that we're going to be looking at. The level descriptors, how many levels, how many domains, what I call a volume of learning measure. What will be the measure? How will it be used? So for example, some countries have a volume measure, and I won't go into too much detail in terms of credit points, which is a summary for hours. Some have duration. So not everybody has the same. So I use the term volume measure as generic, and then what we call qualification type descriptors. And then I think there's some really critical underpinning questions about your NQF. How will it promote learning outcomes? How will it promote lifelong learning or learning pathways? How it will promote access and equity principles? And there's some real things here around common sense. Does the structure, is it logical? Is it coherent? And can somebody look at it and make sense? What will be the legal basis? And how will it be governed and funded? So there's some critical questions that you need to do at the start of the design phases. There's also some linkage questions, and this got longer and longer the more I started to write. And the this actual section here has got additional fields to what's in your training module at this point in time. I'm still working on both the guide and the training module, refining the training module, and we're looking here around what are the linkages with non-formal and informal learning. How will the recognition of formal, such as credit transfer, work? What sort of registers will be needed? How will it link with quality assurance? What will other laws? There's so many laws quite often that are linked to your framework. In Australia, it is in the hundreds. Micro-credentials, having said that, Australian framework is not in law in its own right. It's a policy statement. Micro-credentials, how will they be recognised? How will they link to the NQF or be included in the NQF? How will that work? And also this recognition of foreign qualifications. And I think you saw a little bit of that in the previous presentation. We're talking about, well, how does that diploma equate to this diploma? So I think there's some critical questions there. What will be in your framework text? This is just a suggestion. We're still working on this one. But generally speaking, this is on your left-hand side. What is usually included, the top 3 dot points would be almost common across every framework. Some will have information around quality assurance and its linkages. Some will have information around registers, etc., and how it will be monitored. On the right-hand side, we've got things like your NQF governance. Who will be the lead entity? Will there be a lead entity? Will it be a stakeholder group or not a stakeholder group? What will be its roles and responsibilities? How it will interact with other sectors, etc., and how it will interplay with stakeholders. So there's lots of information that needs to be in your NQF document or associated documents. We are almost, I think, exactly on time or a little bit late, but we're going to take a short break for about 15 minutes, just a little bit less now, because we want to come back at, I think it is, sorry, I'm just checking my notes. We need to come back at
11:15 GMT.
11:15 GMT. And we're going to have Eswatini talk about how they're the development of their framework. So if we just put our time slots now, and you've got approximately just over 10 minutes now to be back here. So quick break, enough for a cup of tea.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. Please try to come back on time so we continue with the very interesting part with 2 practical cases, Eswatini and Zambia. Thank you very much, Andrea. You. Andrea, did you speak with Gabi or not about the pronunciation? No? So I will try to find her and ask.
I was just going to say Gabby, and she'll have to introduce herself. And I was going to do the same for the others. I think that's the safest at this time.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure they won't mind, and I'm sure they understand.
Not too tired, Andrea, at this time of the day?
Yeah, I think I'm getting old. I do like to go to bed early now, but this will be fine. Once I get going, I'm fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Good. Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks.
So it's still holidays here in Australia. We have Friday to Monday. So I'm home alone.
Ah, yes, yes.
So just a few more minutes, everybody, and we'll get started.
3 minutes. So we will do your first poll right after, yes, in the questions and answers session.
My understanding was the other polls that were to be
polls.
today we're going to go to tomorrow morning session, but I don't mind whether they go, depends on how much time you have.
No, okay. It is my poll, not yours. That is going to be done in the last session. Yes,
that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yes, sorry,
because it was a bit.
Hi, Eduardo.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Gabby.
I'm here from Eswatini. I've been listening to you the whole time.
That's good, Gabby. You're going to introduce yourself.
No, we will listen to you.
You're not going to make me say it. I mean, my accent is bad enough, and from Australia it's far worse. So I'm admitting defeat before I start.
Gabby,
but I'm so pleased you're doing this. It's wonderful.
Yes. Will you share the screen? Yes, Gabby. Gabby. Or shall I share for you?
Yes. I intend sharing it, Eduardo, but if I encounter problems, I'll just let you know instantly. So you can share it from your end.
That's okay. Great. Thank you.
And I have a copy as well.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Either of you can share. It's okay.
Yeah.
Indeed.
You just let us know.
Okay. Can I go on with it already, or I should wait?
Yes, I think you might. I think we might load up your screen.
But
so I'm hoping
introduce.
Yes, I will introduce as best I can. So the first case study we've got is Eswatini, and it's about the design phase. And we have a speaker here who's is Gabby, and she's going to introduce herself in full. But she's the Senior Quality Assurance Officer at Qualifications from the Eswatini Higher Education Council. And she is going to load up her PowerPoints for us. There you go. Thank you, Gabby. And the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gabby from Eswatini, working for the Eswatini Higher Education Council. Can everyone hear me?
Yes. Yes. Maybe you can put the presentation in slide share.
Ladies and gentlemen. So as I've said already, I am Gabby, and I'm representing my organization, which is the Eswatini Higher Education Council. Ours is just to share briefly on our journey of developing our new NQF. It's still relatively new, and also share on what we intend doing or what we have done already and what we intend doing to make sure that it becomes a reality. So we are at the stage of implementing it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, my presentation outline, as you can see, I'll start off with a brief description of our Eswatini qualifications framework, where we're going to look at the key features. We're even going to briefly look at the architecture, its structure, and then I'm going to look at the vision and role of the Eswatini qualifications framework, our key milestones, what we have done already, and also what our plans are. What is it that we have initiated and what we have already done to make sure that this is a reality. At the end of it all, we're going to look at challenges, key challenges.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our ACQF, we call it ACQF, which is our acronym for Eswatini Qualifications Framework. It has got 10 levels, 7 of which are situated at undergraduate level and 3 at postgraduate level. It is an integrated framework, ladies and gentlemen. It cuts across general education, higher education, and also TVET. And our level descriptor domains are knowledge, skills, and personal attributes. It, of course, embraces learning outcomes, and we are encouraging, it actually encourages the backward approach to design, where we make sure that at the center is the exit learning outcomes first. When designing programs, institutions are supposed to be aware of the exit learning outcomes, make sure that they get it right and that they are relevant to the industry needs before they go backwards with the process up to finally designing the curriculum. Because traditionally people would start off with designing the curriculum, but now we are saying they should make sure that first they identify the skills gap, they formulate the exit learning outcomes, and going back all the way. Then the architecture itself, ladies and gentlemen, this is just an illustration of what I've already said. It's got 10 levels there. At level 10 sits the doctoral degree, and then we can see the technical vocational education on my left, and then higher education and general education. And then we have our credits there expressed in notional hours, as you can see. So basically that is our architecture, the architecture of our new NQF, National Qualifications Framework. Now, the vision and role of the Eswatini Qualifications Framework. By definition, ladies and gentlemen, an NQF is basically an instrument to facilitate the development, classification, comparison, and recognition of skills, knowledge and competences. So what we're looking at ultimately by having an NQF is to make sure that in circulation, we have qualifications that are credible, qualifications that meet the standard, the local standard, which is determined by the NQF itself, and also that it meets the international standards. We're looking ideally that we are going to have a register of qualifications. Ultimately, we want to have the register of qualifications, want to register qualifications in our national qualifications framework. And then that would mean that the qualifications that are registered of a credible standard, they are actually high standard qualifications, because we cannot register qualifications that have not been developed within the parameters or within the requirements of our NQF. Then the role, ladies and gentlemen, is just straightforward. It's been alluded to earlier at the beginning of today's presentation. At the top sits the promotion of lifelong learning. Our NQF seeks to promote lifelong learning. It actually improves the understanding of learning and qualifications and how they relate to each other. It actually improves access to education and training, and it actually makes progression routes easier and clearer, thus improving learner and career mobility. And basically, it increases the scope for recognition of prior learning. So there is why we say it is actually there to promote lifelong learning. We want people to know how they can maneuver within the levels, how they can go up the levels, how they can actually even move horizontally. So the NQF, the role is to actually make everything clear, people to continue learning for as much as they can. Also, our NQF is actually a quality assurance tool. Earlier, I don't know whether it's this year, I have forgotten, but we had a presentation through ACQF where we actually explained that at ISHEC, my organization, we actually have two key mandates where we're quality assurance on one hand, agents, and then also we are responsible for the development implementation of the NQF. So for us, this is a major quality assurance tool because when we accredit programs, we make sure that it's programs that are compliant to the standard of the NQF. Now that we have the NQF approved and we're implementing it, we want to make sure that before somebody can have their programs accredited, the credits are expressed in notional hours, the exit learning outcomes are clearly laid out, and they are in sync with the level descriptors at which the qualification is pitched, and so on. So it is a quality assurance, and it actually makes sure that our qualifications are comparable, even if they come from different institutions, which is locally in Eswatini, but it also makes sure that we maintain international comparability of standards, especially in the Southern African context, to ensure international competitiveness and to facilitate student and graduate mobility. The NQF is actually a tool making sure that our programs or our qualifications are relevant to industry needs and also other socio-economic needs, ladies and gentlemen. So we actually value it so much. We actually want to make sure that it's implemented because we are sure that it is going to uplift the standard of education and training in our country. And then key milestones of the ESQF development. The development of our ESQF, ladies and gentlemen, is a process that started way back around 2015, 2016, where we engaged a consultant to drive the process. Upon finishing that process, we remained with a draft that we had to make sure that we would take through all the stages for approval. As we were awaiting or as we were working towards getting it approved, SADC started the implementation project of the ACQF. And then one of the areas of implementation for the ACQF was the alignment of NQFs to the regional one. And then Eswatini jumped at that opportunity now to pilot in the area of alignment. And then as we participated, as we worked hard around that one, we get to interact with our NQF, we got to analyze it. And then we realized that it had a number of gaps. And because we had already established the National Alignment Committee, we actually together sat and now put up a small task team that was supposed to work seriously on our NQF, make sure that they rationalize it, particularly the areas around our level descriptors, because we realized that most of them did not explicitly show the complexity as somebody moved through the levels. So we worked around that. And then upon finishing, that is when now we're able to push the approval at cabinet. It was approved in 2020. And then 2021, first quarter of the year, that is when we had it launched. We had a launch where we had our Minister of Education and our key stakeholders participating. And we were able now to say, yes, we have it, and everybody out there knew about it, its existence. But now, what is it then that we have done since then? One major thing that we had to do was to make sure that we bring our key stakeholders on board. The one very key one is the higher education providers. We had to make sure that those also we had to run a series of workshops where we made sure that they understood our NQF adequately, the key components, what are the level descriptors, how do they align, how do they design their programs now, how do they align exit learning outcomes to level descriptors and so on, and even the credits. How do you allocate credits now in notional hours and so on? Because most of our institutions before then, their credits were allocated using face-to-face. That is what they used. So now we wanted them to change. Now we wanted them to adopt notional hours as per the dictates of our NQF. So we had to run these workshops, and that is what we've been doing, and it's still a continuing exercise. But then after that, we also set out to develop all the other implementation tools, including our credit accumulation and transfer system guidelines, which we have successfully developed. We have that one in place as we speak, and it has been disseminated to the institutions because they are key players in all this. They are supposed to develop, they are supposed to design programs that are in line, that comply with our standard and so on. So CAT's already done. What we are in the process of doing currently is to develop our RPL policy and guidelines. That one is actually in the process. We are happy that we participated recently in the ACQF webinars where RPL was at the center. And also we are at an advanced stage of starting the development of our guidelines on the registration of qualifications and part qualifications. And we're looking at starting on the 5th of May. And as we go about all this, we're doing a lot of work, a lot of benchmarking and participating in training sessions such as the one that we're in today. And there's just a lot to make sure. We want to make sure that our NQF is implemented adequately. And then also what we are doing, we're in the process of integrating our ACQF requirements in our quality assurance standards. And challenges, ladies and gentlemen, as I draw to a close. One major one is getting the higher education institutions to align their programs to the requirements of the ACQF. I have said already that most of them had their programs, their credits expressed in contact hours, and then here we are now with our ACQF. We are saying they have to now shift. They have to now express in notional hours. So it is actually taking longer than what we desire as an entity. Of course, for new programs that we're seeking that they are seeking to have accredited, we are so sure that they cannot unless they meet the standard that has been presented. But for the old ones, they are taking so much time now to review their programs, and that is what is a kind of a challenge. And another challenge is actually aligning the program offering to the needs of the industry. And also generally a challenge in the higher education sector is that of funding, which I want to believe in platforms like this. Maybe in future, we may share ideas on how to go around some of these challenges, ladies and gentlemen. That should bring me to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Oh,
thank you, Gabby.
Before I thank you, I actually thank you. I have my boss here, Mr. Lamine. He may want to add something that he feels I have left out. Maybe I can ask that you give him just a minute or two.
Yes,
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Bonnie.
The rest of the team. I think that he has hit the nail on the head. He has covered quite a number of key points, particularly regarding the implementation of our ACQF. I think it's easy to pull out two things that are emerging, that are taking center stage as we are executing executing our national qualifications framework. The first one is that of trying to establish interface between our industry as well as our providers, because we are noting and we are executing, implementing the national qualifications framework, that there is need for kind of synergies or relationships between our providers as well as industry. We have industry across all the sectors. And of course, it is important for us as we configure our programs as institutions to be in line with what is required by industry. And of course, it is of importance then that we try to promote such fora, which will promote, the whole talking about programs in terms of development, in terms of even delivery, as well as assessment. So we want our industry to be involved in all the processes so that, what we are producing is credible and it's in sync with what they require. We want at the end of the day to create people who are work ready, people who are able to, assume the culture in industries and be able to, run as they are getting employed in it. Another thing that is, of course, amazing as we are executing our is that of, because the NQF is only providing a generic framework in program design. We are noticing that some of our institutions are saying they need some standards that will kind of guide them specifically in their areas, because you find that the generic framework, yes, it is helpful to a certain extent, but we also have to granulate and get specific, I would say, subject benchmark statements to say what exactly is required in terms of the competencies. So that is also another area that is emerging. And of course, we are called upon now to think seriously about generating subject stats or a minimum body of knowledge for the specific areas, because we are noticing that the generic framework, yes, it is helping, but there is need that we granulate and unpack some of these things and be able to articulate clearly, articulated, I would say, a subject benchmark statement or clear competencies in the different subject areas. So those, I think, are the things that we are noticing as we are executing our framework. These are the things that are coming up, and these are the things that institutions are actually, mentioning for our action. Thank you. Thank you very much, Edward.
Thank you so much, Bonnie, for this addition. Really very useful. If you don't mind, I would like just to note that colleagues from Cameroon have a question. Mathias, veux-tu poser la question?
Oui, bon après-midi, Eduarda.
Good afternoon, Eduarda. I followed the presentation. Thank you. In some slides, she wanted to give us the case of their country. In some of her slides, she asked the question, the challenges that they are facing, mainly the higher education, to align the programs. Does it mean that the higher education institutions, they have many issues? They talk about alignment. Is it at the timetable, the volume of the timetable? Is it not satisfactory? So does it mean that they did not define the objectives and the goals in many sectors? Those are the questions that I'm asking. Why could higher education try to align their programs to the requirements of the SQF? Gabby or Mr. Dlamini, do you want to answer? The question from Cameroon, take note.
Thank you.
Development of the NQF. Thank you.
Hi, should we proceed and answer?
Yes, please, if you, because you have now these 5 minutes of questions and answers on your presentation, Eswatini.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Edward. I think here Gabi mentioned the whole concept of backward, design model in terms of program accreditation, in terms of program design. So there is obviously a shift, a paradigm shift in terms of designing programs. So that is basically where the challenge is, because they were using the traditional approach to program design, where they were starting with designing content first before articulating learning outcomes. But now we are saying things have changed. We are starting, we want to make clear, our learning outcomes in a program. They have to be clearly articulated before we can possibly talk about content. And of course, we also have to clearly align this to credits. This is a new approach, the whole credit framework in terms of notional hours. It's a new approach. They've been using contact hours as credits. So that is basically, that requires a paradigm shift. It requires a lot of adjustments in terms of their operations. So that is basically where the challenge is. We are moving from an old paradigm to a new paradigm. So it is obviously, coming with a challenge, because this has to be internalized, and this requires kind of an investment on the part of the institutions. So that is the challenge that we are talking about. It is happening, but it is not happening in a pace that we will desire to see institutions do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dlamini. There are other questions from Cameroon, and this is very normal because Cameroon is developing its national qualifications framework. Therefore, it's a very good moment for them also to interact with countries that are now already moving ahead. So Jean-Pierre, Dr. Konai, maybe you would like to share your questions. We still have like 1-2 minutes before in this session. Thank you. Please, you can formulate your question. Thank you. Jean-Pierre ou Dr. Konai. Vous pouvez vous devez ouvrir votre microphone. On ne vous entend
oui. Pas. OK, oui, voilà.
Merci.
Je vais la parole.
Thank you for the floor. I saw one of the objectives as our colleague presented. It is lifelong learning. So I want to know if they have some examples in terms of validated for meaning that somebody went from the informal sector and who managed to go to the formal institution. Do you have some examples to materialize the lifelong learning?
And then we have Isaac Apia. I suppose you are from Ghana.
Okay.
You will be then the second person. First, Dr. Konai. Merci. Allez-y.
OK, merci. Moi, je voudrais aller dans le même...
Thank you. I want you I want to ask my question regarding the challenges in the higher education institutions. Why are these challenges only aligned to the higher education institutions? Why not at secondary school? So do you mean that the secondary school is not involved in the SQF? They are not part of the SQF. Thank you.
You can introduce yourself and ask your question.
Okay.
Unmute. Okay, good. Thanks. Please go ahead.
Please, Isaac Apia, am I on the floor? can I please go ahead to ask my question?
Yes, please, Isaac, you have the floor. You can speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the floor. I'm Isaac Apia from Ghana. I want to know practically the time it took them for the development of the framework. And also if they can share some information, maybe generally, how much it cost the entire development of the framework.
Okay, thanks a lot for this very practical question. Okay, so Gabi and Boni, you have then 3 questions, one about lifelong learning, so the different possibilities, pathways, permeability across the system. Another one about what about the dialogue and inclusion, communication also with other institutions that are not higher education institutions. So a lot of work now is being done, training, communicating with higher education. Are you also involving others? And then the final question is about how did you develop the framework? So Gabi already said a few words about it. So the time it took and more or less the cost, if you could share this information. So Gabi and Mr. Boni Dlamini, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much. I think the whole concept of lifelong learning is about continuous learning. That is basically what we are saying by lifelong learning. We are saying people should be in a position to retool, they should be in a position to reskill, and we should provide platforms in our system for people to be able to navigate. I think Gabi spoke of vertical articulation as well as horizontal articulation. That's the whole concept. We are saying it should be easy for people to navigate within our system, to move upwards as well as horizontally. It should be easy for people to recall. You shouldn't get a bachelor program or get a bachelor qualification and have it very difficult for you to pursue your studies for masters and you know, to retool and upskill. We are saying the system should provide training in a way that will facilitate retooling, reskilling, and moving upwards the hierarchy of qualifications. So that is basically the entire rationale behind the qualifications framework. We want people to be able to navigate within the system and be able to attain qualifications easily without them be struggling, because that was the case before the qualifications framework. People were having difficulty navigating in the system. Now it has opened doors. People are able to navigate. That is number one. Number two, the question on why focus on higher education. We are lucky that the whole concept around learning outcomes started at primary school level. Way back, I think it is in 2012, we started already talking about learning outcomes, competency-based education. So at those levels, I think we are doing pretty well in terms of, articulating the basket of competencies that each learner should have at the end of a learning session or at the end of a learning sequence. So we are doing, it is not like we are not having challenges at those levels, but when you look at the challenges that we are facing at higher education levels, those ones are pronounced. And we are saying, let us focus on these challenges, at least at basic level, general education level. We are doing much better, because it started a long time ago, but in higher education, it has just started. And the whole shift is the one that is actually giving us challenges, because institutions are still grappling with the concepts, and of course they are having issues even establishing the interface with industry. Like I indicated, they are having it very, very difficult. So that is what we are actually hand-holding institutions time to develop the framework. It took us some time. We started actually in phases. We started doing this way back, I think it is 2015. We created our first framework, And of course, the way we have been doing this, good people, it is always involving the stakeholders. You should involve the stakeholders at every step of the way. They have to know what you are doing. First of all, they have to understand the whole definition of the terms. Because when you talk of learning outcomes, it's a new term. You speak of articulation, it's a new term. You speak of all these things are new to institutions. So the first thing that we have to do is actually sharing a platform with the institutions where you are explaining these things and you are actually hand-holding them. You know, that has been our approach to this. We have been consulting with institutions, capacitating institutions, and they are now very happy with the process. That is the key to actually having this implemented effectively. You have to involve these people. If you are not involving them, I'm telling you, it will fall flat and it will never take off. Involve these people. Like I'm saying, it started in 2015. We're doing this together. Some institutions started already reorienting their programs way back then, you know, in line with the qualifications framework. And of course, the final, you know, version was finally sanctioned by cabinet in 2020. But already institutions were on the move to execute this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask participants now if you still have questions about this presentation of Eswatini. So Gabi and Mr. Boni Dlamini, Eswatini Higher Education Council, please write the questions in the chat box and we will address them in the Q&A question at the end of the day so that we can move on because now our time is of course limited. So Andrea, you can now continue. So participants, please do use the chat box for all the questions now. Thank you. Maxwell, for example.
Yes, Maxwell, if you could put your questions into the chat box, that would be great. Thank you. I'm hoping
we should thank very much Boni
for
this excellent presentation. It was a short, to the point, very clear, and raised a very good discussion. We really are very grateful.
Yeah, and you can see how interested the countries who are starting to think about an NQF want to know all this detail. They're so eager because it's really important about some of the challenges. I think the challenges and the issues you face when you're developing your NQF, that's what they need to hear. They really need to hear that and the solutions that you have. Having said that, probably everybody in the room who has developed an NQF has done it completely differently. So everybody does it differently. So the next, so that was the design phase. We're now moving into the implementation phase, and I'm going to go quite quickly because we do need to catch up. But this is where you go from design to the hard work. We probably thought the hard work was drafting the NQF and getting it all up. This is the hard work. This is where in Australia, we would say the rubber meets the road. This is where you have to get to work. And this is where you can consolidate. And you could hear that with Eswatini about they've had to consolidate. They've had to think about it. How do you implement it? That may not have worked, so they'll try something else. So this is about implementing the framework and linking it to your quality assurance. And there's no way that you can get everything started all at the same time and everything running smoothly. Things will take time. And so expect full implementation to take 5 years. And I'm being hopeful at 5 years. So it will take time to implement. And this is where we consolidate and establish all the strategies. And I put up some critical questions. I actually link back to the first set, but they're a little bit more information around how will you quality assure qualifications? And that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow in session 7. How do you make that link? And I'm talking about the specifications of the qualifications. The quality assurance around the providers. They provide that qualification through their programs. how is that linkage? How are they quality assured? Who is responsible for assessment? And I ask that question because it's not always the same answer. Because where countries, particularly in TVET, where we have what we call national qualifications, everybody uses the same one and design their programs for that qualification. There may be centralised assessment centres. Not everybody may do it. So that really quite often varies a lot in TVET. Who will issue the documentation? Who's responsible? That will vary. Who's responsible for data collection? Some of the countries that I was looking at, we talk about a data standard. So what are the fields? What do you want to collect? Why do you want to collect it? What are your parameters, etc.? And I'm not a data person, but that data can be extremely useful. Your registers I've talked about, credit transfer, the recognition or validation of formal learning, and we can have credit transfer policies, but you could have a full-blown system of accumulation and transfer. How visible is your NQF? And one of the biggest issues, I think, is technical capabilities. When I was doing research in the Asia Pacific, technical capability of both the quality assurance agencies and the providers was one of the most critical issues that everybody was facing. Very much so. So I think we could think about those sorts of things. I'm going to move on quickly now to monitoring and review. And I've put monitoring with review because even though you monitor implementation, it's different. So I thought about it for a long time. Where do I put monitoring? And I was reading a CEDEFOP paper, and they too felt it needed to go in review because it's about the purpose. The purpose of monitoring and review is improvements. So they felt they went together, and that's what I did. So when you are implementing, you need to think about how will you monitor that implementation. What data may exist, and that's why I mentioned data standards before that you can use. There are some regional examples. Guide 7 is looking at monitoring and evaluation, but there are quality assurance framework or guidelines, and there's 2 that I've used here as examples. Noella, I saw your hand go up, so maybe we might just put that question in the chat box. And some of those frameworks talk about how many qualifications have been approved and aligned to the NQF. How many providers have met the quality assurance standards? And that's where you can actually start to collect data on your implementation of your NQF, because if there are no qualifications being approved onto your NQF, then that's critical to your information around implementation. So there are aspects of what we call regional quality assurance frameworks, and I've given 2 there for you, but there are others. Major reviews can occur at any time, but you can also draw on your monitoring activities. If we look at frameworks being a classification system, classification device, they link and measure for qualification to be entered or accepted onto the framework. They set down those requirements, and they act as a bridge between international users and domestic qualifications. And I think that's really important. I was talking the other day about saying for Australia, our framework is not just for us. It is really for the rest of the world, so they can understand what we do in our qualification system, which is part of that broader education and training system. So yes, some frameworks don't have schooling on their frameworks. It depends on where you issue qualifications within your system. That's what the framework nails. So if this is the case, then some of the critical questions that you could ask could be against those 3 features. Do citizens use the NQF to see progression activities? Can they see it? Can they understand the difference between a diploma, let's say a bachelor, a master's, and a doctorate? And if it's TVET, the other qualifications that pertain to that TVET system. Is it raising the standards of that qualification? I'm not going to read them all because we don't have time. Is it raising the standards of the qualifications? Is satisfaction employers having with qualifications that meet that need? And you did hear that before about stakeholders. Do people abroad understand our qualifications? Do they understand our quality assurance and how that links to our qualifications? Have we got any linkages? Some of you are always talking about linking with your regional framework, or when the continental framework comes in, the continental framework. So is your NQF doing these things? And these are some of the critical questions you could put down for review. In terms of review, I think you need to develop a terms of reference. And I think it's got to be very tight. And I'm saying that with a smile, because if it's a loose set of terms of reference, it could blow out into a review that you may have only wanted to have a targeted or a small review. Also, identify who's going to be on that review, how stakeholders will be managed, how will they be included, what will be the extent, and that's really important to a review. We had a major review in 2010, and we were supposed to have a minor review this time, but it's turning into a major one. So it's now like, it's 2 major reviews in 10 years, which to me seems a bit extravagant. And you need to develop timelines for that review. One of the things I think you need to think about too is if you do have a vision for your framework, you want to get to point B or C, you may be able to do incremental steps. You don't have to do a big major change, because with major changes, you could lose trust or understanding, particularly international understandings of your qualifications. So you need to think how you can manage your change. Now, I'm going to stop and I'm going to invite Zambia to step in to this next one, because they're going to talk about their particular review. And I will stop sharing so that they can actually get in and put it up. Okay. Miriam, it's over to you, Miriam. Can you load it up?
Yes, thank you.
Now, we have Miriam here from ACQF. And Miriam, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, and you can lead this whole presentation.
Okay, thanks.
So it's over to you.
Thank you. Can you see my
Well done. Yes, well done. Yes.
Okay. It's always a job to get there. I don't know whether I can be seen. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning and good evening for others. Miriam Chiaba. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Zambia Qualifications Authority. And I will just go on and share what we experienced as ACQF through the process of implementing a national qualifications framework. And as we start, I just wanted to indicate, as my slide shows, that like living beings, NQFs evolve over time. So we see changes, and rightly, as shared by Andrea, you will see that this basically happens, and basically for a number of reasons. So for us, our NQF was established through the Qualifications Authority Act in 2011. We only began implementation in 2015. Quite a bit of a while, but we did. And through the implementation process, I will not deal with the implementation because that's been dealt with by Gabi. A number of the issues that they experienced, we also experienced. And fast forward 2019, we had concerns between 2015 and 2019 that resulted in a number of stakeholder engagements. And there was a need to then review our NQF. Of course, we did have a committee that was in place to look at this, and this was a cross-section of stakeholders. We, as the Qualifications Authority, were basically coordinating this effort, but it included stakeholders from general education, that's the schooling side, trades and occupations, higher education, the regulatory bodies, professional bodies. All these came in to look at basically the issues that were affecting our NQF. And basically with that, what and why were we deciding to review our NQF? So we had emerging challenges in the evaluation of qualifications. It is okay when you are basically looking at your own internal qualifications. However, when you then start cross-referencing, because remember your qualifications framework tells the outside world what you have inside. However, you are also exposed because now new qualifications come into your system because you are not only using what is in your country, but you also use what is coming from outside the country for purposes. People come in for study, they come in to work. And so through the evaluation process, some qualifications, we noted that some qualifications were not being catered for, and it made it difficult to place them appropriately on our qualifications framework. We have A-levels coming into the country. Our education system has no provision for A-level certification, much as it is being taught at different institutions using international qualification, as well as some of the content is there in our O-level, it's there in our A-level, in our first-year bachelor's degrees content, but it's not formally certified. So we found that, you know, having those gaps caused a challenge. We had some trade test qualifications missing. We had some honors degrees missing. So we had those gaps in our framework, and recognition became a problem, especially for industry purpose, because industry wants to understand when they receive a paper from wherever, how it is sitting. And so then we looked at our framework. We needed to ensure that we align. When we were looking at the structure, unfortunately here, I realize I should have given you the structure current and what we're proposing. But when you looked at our current framework, we saw that it really was not well aligned to global trends, what was happening in terms of how one moves from one sector, sub-framework of the qualifications framework to another. It sort of, when people looked at it, when you look at our level 1, 2, 3, one thought that you could not go from level 2 to level 7, which is our bachelor's degree, and our level 2 is our secondary education, and that one would have to go through level 3 certification and so on. So there was a bit of issues there that we needed to align. And also we were doing the review, looking at our regional qualifications framework, the study qualifications framework, issues were emerging that really needed for us to look at our NQF with the proper alignment to the SADC-QF, and we felt that there was need to relook our NQF. Of course, the other issue of the A-level was now external stakeholder coming in and basically saying, look, your qualifications, much as they've been getting into universities in the UK universities or South Africa, we also had South Africa here, we still have a challenge because you're bringing O-level and not A-level certification. So your students have to go and do some foundational course before they can enter into a university. So all this really affected our various stakeholders. And basically we then just wrote to our stakeholders, we gave the rationale of reviewing the NQF and we sent it out. And as you can see on the screen, it was a wide section of stakeholders. And we went to our international counterparts. We said, look, this is our NQF. Look at our level descriptors. What is it that you are not seeing that we should be seeing? what do you have, what don't we have? So we went to our colleagues, we wrote to more people than what is being shown there. We did not restrict it to ourselves internally, but internally you can see the unions, the labor movement, the professional bodies, prominent persons in education and so on. All these were basically consulted. And basically we got feedback from there. And based on the feedback, I did mention the issue of structure. We had to then look at the structure and the content of the level descriptors, mainly the content of the level descriptors. It meant reviewing the existing level descriptors, as well as developing descriptors for qualifications that were not sitting there. And that is something that we've now done. We've concluded that. We've got a new structural design of the framework, which basically looks like, a half moon from the vertical design that we had, and showing one in a particular sub-framework where they are, and expanding that to include the different qualifications that are missing. We also use this opportunity in the ZAQA Act. We do have the mandate to develop a CAT system and give guidelines to the quality assurance bodies. So we use that opportunity to also develop that, because from 2015, when we started implementing this, we had not had the opportunity to do that. So we've developed a credit accumulation transfer system. I think James will share in bits this on Wednesday, and we incorporated the credits at different levels. And what we are seeing really now, it's not yet effected because it's a policy shift. We need to have this approved by cabinet. So what we are seeing going forward is that we needed to also strengthen our ZAQA Act in terms of ensuring the legal framework for effective implementation of the NQF, because you had certain provisions. People need to give you registers with your database for learner achievements to ensure that your verification process is going okay. Other institutions, basically there's inertia, the transition issues of people aligning qualifications and so on without some degree of enforcement was really not being adhered to. So at a stage, we felt that then through consultations, of course, that the ZAQA Act also needed to be strengthened. We had recognition, I just mentioned one, we had recognition of literally all the professional bodies and the quality assurance bodies being recognized as institutions that can come directly to ZAQA. Therefore, you found that quality assurance and professional bodies who, in a sense, do not actually perform quality assurance functions as a regulatory quality assurance institution were being put in the same basket. So that is something that's been dealt with in the ZAQA Act, which last week we were actually conducting final validations, and we hope that our parliament will be looking at passing this next in June. So these are some of the aspects that we basically looked at. And the outcome of this process, what we see is that we have been, we've had a responsive and inclusive framework going forward, because some of the aspects, like I mentioned, had gaps. And to that, we hope that, and we're confident that this will be a comparable framework. And we have had very good stakeholder buy-in and support, given that we got comments on improvement areas far and wide, not just within Zambia, but even outside Zambia. Just to mention, as I conclude, the status of our ZQF currently, we have over 400 qualifications that are registered on the NQF. We are actually sitting at 436. We are publishing the first list during this coming week. I know Eduarda has really been looking at seeing this list, but we do have this. There's a backlog because higher education sub-framework is really a challenge for us because like Gabi has mentioned, getting that stakeholder buy-in, even if they do buy in, they'll take long to align to your level descriptors to ensure that everything, the learning programs are speaking to that. So we have a backlog of in excess of 1,200 qualifications. We have registered for 436, but we have in excess of 1,000, I think 1,500 even actually estimated qualification learning programs from the higher education sector, about 1,200 that are yet to come on. And these firstly go through the higher education authority who assures the learning program before it can come to the qualifications authority for registration as a qualification on the NQF. So basically that's where we are. And I think everything at the end of the day, once you start implementing, that's when you see the gaps and the lacunas that you actually need to work on. And we've done that. Hopefully, as Andrea has said, we will not be looking to review this in the next 2 years, but probably in the next 5 years. So colleagues, challenges as I conclude is that we have had limited understanding of the operations of the framework by some stakeholders, and basically I've mentioned to that, leading to low quality input to the process of consultations. The review process becomes lengthy, and it has been lengthy because in the middle of this review process, we had the general election and a change of government. So that was something that means that then the consensus sought from all key stakeholders, we had to go back. And of course, the issue of resistance to change by some stakeholders, because clearly they were already starting to adapt to what we were doing, and now they have to add additional things that they have to basically comply with. It's for the good of the country, but it does take time. So I wish to thank you, and I do hope that this experience has been helpful to those of you that have already started implementing and may soon be looking at reviewing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Miriam. Very clear. Yes. Colleagues, we would like to encourage you to write your questions to Miriam, please, in the chat box. And just for the sake of time management, we would like to continue unless there is a very urgent question immediately. Otherwise, please do write your questions in the chat box, and we will have the session, the last session, questions and answers, replying to all your questions from the chat box. Thank you. Okay, so Andrea, maybe you can continue.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think with Miriam's presentation, you could see a clear purpose for review. They had a clear picture of why it wasn't, the framework wasn't suiting their needs. And to me, that's a critical point. They had enough information to know that they needed to shift, and also to the stakeholder consultation and the need for consensus. So it's taking a lot longer. And I think the review is one of the great learning experiences of life, having gone through 2 now, but you do consider the impact. You could see that they were considering the impact of their changes as well. When I talk about NQFs and frameworks, we're going to shift now from, oh, Miriam, thank you. I should have said thank you because we didn't say thank you to Zakwa for that presentation.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Andrea.
It was excellent, and it was really informative. So thank you. So we're stopping just sort of the development phase, and now we're talking about structures. So this may be of more interest to countries that are thinking about an NQF or what it might look like. And Miriam brought up that point about it wasn't reflecting their needs. And to me, that's what a qualification framework must do. It must reflect your needs, or it's going to bring on change. But you're not writing it for any other reason, in my view, other than for your needs or to bring change within your system. So quite often you get influenced by other frameworks, and then as Miriam said, we had an A level, and I think she had the bachelor with honours. From a country that has a bachelor with honours, it is a complex question about where do you place it on your framework? Do you need another level, etc.? So they do bring, if you do have those sorts of qualifications, it can affect your thinking in those purposes. Having said that, NQFs are generally influenced by the regional framework or continental framework in which they exist. So we talk about frameworks having regional frameworks having a neutral influence. We quite often, the EQF and the ASEAN, which is the AQRF, directly state, that they don't have they're not forcing any levels or descriptors on any country. But regardless, any country that comes after that framework, regional framework, will quite often be influenced by it. So there are multi-factors, even though I say the key purpose is to reflect your needs. And I think in the development stage, you do need to think about that stakeholders and the negotiations, which Miriam brought up, particularly in the review, about that. When we talk about the structures of an NQF, I have said in the guide and the training module that really we need to be clear about the scope. And I've already had one question already about the scope of the NQF. And I've put up a couple of dot points here because I want to be up front, centre and transparent. The NQF, the qualifications framework, is a smaller component of your broader education system. So you're talking about where qualifications are issued. Your framework, your qualifications framework diagram is not a diagram of your whole education and training system. It may be, but it doesn't have to be, because it's where you issue qualifications. You may need a diagram to explain your whole education system if you need to, but your qualifications framework is directly related to where you issue qualifications. And I think that's an important point. I said there's no need to address all the stages of your education system unless you want to. There's no need to address all the stages of the International Classification of Education, which is about data collection. And you don't have to align your levels to those or your level descriptors to those, which I do see some countries do. So it's really important that you're clear on your scope. The other one is the purpose of the objectives. And when I had a look at the range of NQFs in Africa, there is highly detailed ones, ones where you have to go to supplementary documentation to find the purpose of the objectives. Some were not detailed and some have varied. I actually quite enjoyed looking at old frameworks and looking at the new frameworks because you could actually see the shift. What was proposed in the first iteration of your NQF to after 5 or 6 years, and as Miriam said, knowing that there are gaps or issues, how that's then reflected in the next iteration. And that is interesting as well. And Rwanda was one where you can look at the two stages, the two lists of objectives. There are some polls and you can see them down the bottom right-hand corner, but we're going to do those tomorrow morning just to save some time. And I've got a really series of them. So they will be tomorrow. So I need you to think about your scope of your NQF tomorrow. The levels, everybody talks about levels. Do I have 8 levels? Do I have 10 levels? Do I have 9 levels or whatever, or 6? But again, I think you need to step back, and I heard it in Miriam's conversation then, what qualification types are being issued? And if you want to reflect what you're doing, then you need to think about the levels of complexity of those qualification types, because that is one of the key factors that might influence how many levels you might need, or how might you deal with qualifications that are different to others in your region. The purpose of the levels is to locate those qualifications on your framework. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow. And all your level descriptors have got to have a vertical and a horizontal logic. And I'm hoping that Colleen will talk about horizontal and vertical logic of your framework. But this is about the level descriptors. And when you read them, they need to make some sort of inherent logic. You should be able to see an increase in complexity through the levels. And that's important. And so every word is important in that level descriptor, and they need to be carefully decided on. In terms of level descriptors across the African countries, there were different ones. They were done differently. The first type was ones where you tended to have a table of qualifications on a, Eduardo uses the word map. I use the word table, but it's where you actually say it sits here and it's this big, it has this many credits. Other people use text-based descriptors, and that was less common from what I could see, but it's something I'm familiar with. We've always had text-based descriptors. This allows for multiple qualifications to be placed at the same level. So, for example, some frameworks have multiple qualification types on the same level of complexity, but they will have different volume measures and maybe have different entry requirements, etc. Some countries actually write a level descriptor for each qualification type, which I think makes it highly complex, and it may limit the number of qualifications you can have at that level. There's one. So if you have large numbers of qualification types, you would be probably looking at the top way of doing it, either on a map or a table or in text-based descriptors. Again, I have a poll there, poll number 3 on level descriptors. And you can see that they do vary. And some of you will recognize that it can be the influence of a regional framework in that grouping. You can actually see it. Okay, moving on to level descriptors. This is where we talk, we write them as learning outcomes. Again, Colleen is going to cover this as well. But we talk about that they need to be written in learning outcome format. They need to promote the use of learning outcomes in the qualification specifications. I think you need to be really clear. Sometimes we tend to talk about domains. So that's maybe a 3 or 5 column table. And domains, I think, you need to be clear when you're drafting them what each domain is. And that's really important, like knowledge, skills, application, or responsibility and autonomy. What do you mean by those? Because that needs to be clear in the drafters to be able to develop those domains over the levels that you need. So you quite often see tables divided by 3 or 4 columns where each one is separate. Sometimes we have merged domains where it's a general statement and the domains are embedded in it. I think they're a little bit harder to read. I don't think there's anything wrong. I just find them harder to read. I quite like the separation into the columns, but that could be because I'm old and I'm used to another way. But I think that you need to consider about how you might describe these. The other big measure in a framework is what I call a volume of learning. It's the amount of learning required to successfully complete the qualification. I think of it in terms of learner effort, how much learner effort time. But if you look at the definitions across countries, they do vary. And it doesn't matter as long as you're clear about what you mean by hours or credits or whatever. But using a volume measure can be used in 2 ways. One, it helps you to say qualifications of this type are this big. So that's really important. So quite often that will help you have some consistency. As I said, in Australia, we use the term duration, and it's just the way it is. And but we do see it as a volume measure. I think that's one of the big contentious points that we're having. The other way of using credits or credit points is for credit transfer processes. And so that is the other way of, and you can hear that in the conversations on Wednesday. I had a look at some of the definitions, and there was a sense that most of the learning of the definitions were based on notional hours or estimated hours, and they were not a fixed figure. And that most of you talked about an average learner, that the average learner needed to, the time the average learner needed to be able to learn the knowledge and skills and practice them. And some frameworks indicated the average learner has no underpinning knowledge or skills in the field of study. So when you're comparing frameworks, quite often these definitions are also important. And again, you need to think about that. So I was going to ask you very quickly in the chat about your volume of learning measure. Can anybody quickly put maybe 2 countries, or somebody put in into the chat what their country is using as a what I'm calling a volume measure? Any quick comments from my 100 participants, or you've gone all silent?
They are writing.
They are writing, good.
For now, not yet about the credit, about the
Any thoughts? Anybody can say credit or duration or hours? Notional and credits, where 1 credit is 110 notional hours. Fiona, is that 110 correct, or is it 10?
It's 10.
It's 10? I thought that. I hadn't seen 110 before, and I thought, but you do see, not so much in question, what is the volume credit, how many notional hours equals 1 credit? It's a widest question.
No,
so what we're asking is what volume measure.
Just the summary of your question.
Yeah, that's right. Some countries, and I see it in I haven't seen it in the African countries that I've looked at, but I have seen it in other countries where, 1 credit point might be 34 hours, and that might be lecture time, and it's quite complex. They might have an extra figure for lab work. So, but you guys are keeping it simple, which I think it's important to keep it simple. For me, I don't think it matters whether it's 1 to 10, 1 to 34, as long as you're clear. As long as it's clear in your documentation what it is. So there's one, is it 25 or 27 hours? Yeah, so as long as it's clear, and as long as it reflects understandings within your country. Again, people ask that question. Okay, I'm going to move on. As you can see, I put up a few here. Cape Verde was for higher ed, 25 to 30 notional hours of work. And they equated it 1 year to 60 credits. A lot of them were 1 credit to 10 notional hours, 1,200 hours for an academic year, Rwanda, for example. And Rwanda, that's what we work on, 1,200 hours for an academic year, believe it or not. So there's a common understanding across the points. There's one more point up in the chat, I think. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yep. So you can see the variance. And the last feature, I think, is what we call a qualification type descriptor. And this is where the level of difficulty, the complexity, and the volume measure come together. This is where you see it either in that map or table that brings together those 2 metrics, or a text-based descriptor. And Botswana and Namibia have got those. And they do have headings. And you can scope qualification frameworks that do this. Australia and New Zealand are one of them, or 2 of them. And you can talk about entry requirements, the purpose of the qualification, maybe linkages to other qualifications, and obviously the level and the credit value. But it's worthwhile thinking about text-based descriptors because it does give you more depth to your framework to have, I think, a text-based descriptor. That's just my view. A question in the chat was, how does your country describe qualification types? Is it in a table or text-based or level descriptors? Does anybody want to make a quick comment? I'm a bit conscious of time. Any comments? Not yet. Okay, we might just move on, I think, given the time. One of the things, and I talk about, is logic and coherence of your NQF. So do all the component parts align? And Miriam actually brought this up. If you have a diagram and you want to talk about pathways and progression through the system, or vertical or horizontal movement, then you look at some diagrams which actually compartmentalize all your sectors. And you can see this one here for Rwanda, that they've actually tried to make a fan shape and look at their qualification system slightly differently. So you do see diagrams that try to promote articulation or pathways and break down those barriers of perceptions that maybe it's only a horizontal movement. And I think that's, you know, you need to think about what you've said in your framework. If your purpose is for labour mobility, then why is primary education, you know, basic education part of your framework? Because then you start to say, well, does that align with the purpose? So you need to align your purpose and your scope and what you say to everything that's in there. And I think that's a really important thing to reflect on what your framework is trying to say and what the diagrams are trying to say, and make sure there's coherence there. I'm going to move on to, oops, we've got some chats. I think there's questions to Miriam. Daziel has said theirs is in a table. So most of the ones I saw were table frameworks, you know, in terms of qualification types. The next one I want to quickly talk about is linkages to your quality assurance. And this is, as I said to you right at the very start, this is the strength of your framework. A good linkage with your quality assurance will strengthen your qualifications framework and strengthen your whole system as well. And these linkages are around the formulation and development and approval and review of your qualification specifications. And I need to say that again, because I try to differentiate that from the next stop point, which is the linkages to the providers and the provision of programs that lead to a qualification. So if you go right back to the start of the presentation, I was quite specific about what I meant when I spoke about a qualification. It is a document that specifies the learning outcomes. It may specify content, assessment criteria. It could specify a whole raft of information. And it's that's located on your qualifications framework. What are the linkages with registers, which we'll be discussing later in the week? And how do you do a system-wide monitoring and evaluation, which is coming up later in the week? So the linkages are incredibly important. And finally, which I think is homework, because that's basically the presentation. And we need to think about homework. And I keep on thinking about all you out there looking at now this question, which says in the training module, which I'm sure you've all looked at. Can I have some hands up of people who have looked at the training module? Do you know how to put your hand up in Zoom? Ah, I've got some. Fiona, Isaac, well done. Noella, anybody else? I've got 5 across the top. Well done. Eduardo, of course you have. I'm not even going to accept that one. Asman, Galaxy A20, that's anybody else? Yeah, well done. Trying to look on further through. No. Okay. Training module 10 has assessments, just like all the other training modules. And assessment 1 asks you to look at the coherence and logic of a framework. And it asks you to look at any particular framework that you might be familiar with. And what I'm going to ask you to do for homework, which you don't have to do till next Friday, to this coming Friday, is to select an NQF and provide a brief analysis of its coherence and logic. And what suggestions for improvement could you provide? Because if you look at a qualifications framework document, none of them are perfect. None of them are just so precise. Or there might be one that I can think of and it's not mine. You know, that you look at it and you think, oh, that definition doesn't quite fit, or those or whatever, something doesn't quite go right. Diagrams, definitions might vary throughout the text. Sometimes people borrow, and so you can see lack of logic. So I'm going to ask if I have any volunteers to actually do the homework and present. Everybody should do the homework. I'm looking at you now like a teacher. Everybody should do the homework. But I'd like 2 volunteers, and I had a feeling that if nobody volunteered, Eduardo was going to select people, because I'm not sure if that's true. Eduardo, is that true?
I know that there will be several volunteers.
Oh, okay. So
yes, I'm very
Sergio,
sure. From Cameroon, I can already be sure. From Cape Verde, from Botswana, from Eswatini.
Okay, so we've
from
got
Morocco and Tunisia.
Lucky I'm from Australia and I don't have to. Okay, so do we have anybody with volunteers? Now, that for the people who put their hand up that they'd read the training module, you'd better put your hand down. Otherwise, you become a volunteer for the homework. So Ingati and Sergio, your hands are up. Is that true or not true? All right, hands are disappearing. Okay, do we have anybody who will volunteer, because we need to move on?
It's okay. We can also deal with that tomorrow.
In the next session?
In the morning, in the recap session.
So we're going to let you sleep on it in that case. Okay. Okay, I'm going to stop my presentation, and thank you very much for allowing me to present to the team, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll stay online, of course, and I will hand over to Eduardo.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea, for leading this first important substantive presentation of our learning journey, for having interacted in a very effective and constructive manner with our guest speakers and with the learners, and to suggest a small adaptation of our agenda of today. So we were supposed to do the Q&A at the end, completely at the end of the day, but because we have so many questions related to this session, I propose that we do immediately this Q&A, and then that presentation about occupation, skills, qualifications will be the last of the session of the day. And so I hope that everybody would agree with this simply a small swap of the sessions. Therefore, we also get a bit of continuity between the session itself and the Q&A space. So I took note of the questions. So of course there are many questions written in French, some in Portuguese. So I took note, and I will start. And then some of the questions are directly addressed to Zakwa, some also still addressed to Eswatini, and some in general also to you, Andrea. So let's start with the first questions that appeared. what is the oldest NQF that we have, let's say, on the planet? Which is the first, let's say, pioneer NQF? And is there any good qualification system that we can say, this is the one? So let's start with these two questions. Let's give ourselves, let's say, 15 minutes for this question, for this session now, Q&A. I see already hands up, Maxwell, namely Jean-Pierre aussi, and I would pass the floor to Maxwell right after your replies now.
Okay, I'm going to reply to this one. I think you'd get a lot of arguments if we tried to name the oldest, but we would say that there's a group. So Australia, New Zealand, Scotland, South Africa would all be considered old frameworks. Yeah, we would consider those to be some of the oldest frameworks and explicit frameworks. So I think we have to be quite clear that that they're explicit frameworks. And just to let you know that New Zealand was a month older than ours. So we are quite precise in that because we can remember it. But yeah, so we wouldn't talk about the first one, we would talk about the first set or the first phase or the first group, and that they would be considered some of the oldest ones to be there. The other question was, what is the best qualifications system?
Yes. Is there any that can be considered? Yeah.
I would say no ever, because one, your qualifications framework has to suit your country, and your qualification system needs to suit your country. So what happens in mine doesn't really need to be copied, because you don't have the same history, the same background, the same vision or aspirations even. So there's never a good anything in my view.
Okay. Thank you. That's very clear. I also agree with this reply actually.
Good. I wouldn't want to disagree with you.
Okay, let me then ask another question, and then I'll pass the floor to Maxwell. He has his hand raised from the beginning of your session, of this session 4. So another question from Hilda. Hilda is from Seychelles Qualifications Authority, asking Eswatini, Higher Education Council, the following: how did you deal with the existing programs and qualifications that were on offer already for many years? How did you do to bring them into the NQF? So how do you deal with this, let's say, older qualifications that do not respond to the principles, the spirit, let's say, of the ACQF, of the NQF? How do you bring them on board? That's a question to Gabi and Mr. Mboni Glamini, if possible. If you, okay.
Thank you, Eduardo. For the programs, the old programs and qualifications that are not in compliance with the requirements of the ACQF, that's the question, right?
Yes.
For those, we have to allocate a period when they should have reviewed those qualifications, because we cannot abruptly cut them off. Yes. At the same time, we cannot expect that they will change. We appreciate that they have structures and so on. So it has to be gradual. The change is supposed to be gradual. Where we are able to be very strict is where we're talking about new programs. Those that were accrediting, those are supposed to meet, when they bring the application, those are supposed to meet the requirements of the ACQF on the dot. But for old ones who are giving them time, we appreciate that it has to take some time.
Thanks a lot. And another question still, if you don't mind, Gabi. So more or less related with this one, is there a time frame that the higher education institutions were given to effect this transition to the new setting, to the standards and principles of the NQF? So did you set some sort of a timeline or for everybody to comply?
Okay, thank you, Edward.
Thank you.
The one on time frame, actually we adopted a phased approach.
Okay, yeah.
Because of the volume of programs, old programs that need to be accredited.
Yes.
So obviously it cannot be it cannot be done within a short space of time.
Yeah, yeah.
So we gave institutions kind of I would say an open time frame. We are expecting institutions to submit proposals in terms of reorienting their systems. So we will be reviewing those proposals per institutions, because even the number of programs per institution, they vary. So obviously you cannot just give exactly the same timeline. So we are using a phased approach, and we have given it to institutions to make proposals.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. And the final question still to you, Mr. Bigliamini and Gabi, concerns then, could you very briefly, simply kind of specify or describe the role of the program accreditation in implementation of the ESQF in a few points? You have already mentioned it, but maybe very some in a nutshell.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Eduardo. With that one, at some point I mentioned that we are also a national quality assurance agency. So we're responsible for accreditation of programs ourselves. And then with the NQF, we use it as a quality assurance tool when we accredit programs. It's programs that meet the dictates of the NQF that we accredit. That is the relationship. There is no way we can accredit a program that it doesn't align or that doesn't comply with the requirements of the NQF.
Okay, that's very, very clear.
Thank you. I hope it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's really very, very clear and connected. And by the way, I was also noting in my little notes here from your presentation that interestingly, your governance, let's say, of the NQF is such that the quality assurance, let's say, institution agency is in the lead, let's say, coordinating, facilitating, moving forward. Which is a little bit of a different construct in terms of the governance, and it then brings very closely together quality assurance and the NQF. So thanks for this. And I want just to point colleagues, participants, Miriam Zakwa just indicated, and also colleagues from Botswana Qualifications Authority indicate the time frame that was given for this transition. So 3 years. In the case of Zambia, and Miriam noted that it was not enough, so it was quite tight. And Botswana, 5 years, and still was not really enough. So there was some extension of this transition deadline. Okay, thank you. These are very, very important points, very practical. And then now I would like to pass the floor to Maxwell. Please, Maxwell, for your question. Thank you. We have more questions, but now it's time for Maxwell to speak. He has been with his hand raised several times.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Maxwell. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I think one of my questions has been dealt with already. The one on the role of program accreditation on the implementation process. That has been dealt with, but I have a question for Miriam.
We cannot hear you well now, Maxwell.
The period between the implementation of the ZQF created was 4 years. Session began. Oh my God. Yes, hello.
Yes, yes, please. We can hear again.
Hello.
Yes, please, Maxwell, you can continue.
Can you hear me now, please?
Yes, yes, you can continue.
Yes. So yes. So I'm talking about the period from implementation to the review. It was yes. Okay. Thank you. So I'm talking about the review process, which began about 4 years.
I think the best, Maxwell, is if you manage to write your question. In any case, we are here tomorrow and we can reply, of course, to the questions. Because now we really lost you.
Hello.
We can maybe, when you are in a more stable connectivity situation context, we can talk maybe tomorrow if we don't mind, because we cannot hear you. Stable. Okay, so let me.
Okay.
So tomorrow when you are in a more stable connectivity situation, Maxwell, you can ask your question and we can interact again. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We will ask you again. Then, if you don't mind, colleagues, a little bit more of your patience. So participants to this session, this means Andrea, Gabi, Mr. Mbonu Dlamini, and Miriam. There are some interesting questions. For example, a couple of questions related to stakeholders buy-in, stakeholders involvement, and there is even a very interesting question about how to seduce the stakeholders to buy in. Which methods do you suggest from your practical experience? So what is it that really creates this motivation and stimulates stakeholders to participate? There are also questions about, for example, in which country have the actors, different actors, fully accepted or adhered to the NQF? Also the questions about acceptance by the higher education institution. And finally, a sort of a sum up question always about this theme about buy-in involvement, which approaches or strategy to deal with the resistance to change. So this is a one block, let's say, of questions that I try to summarize. Maybe if you could start with from your viewpoint, Andrea, and then we ask Gabi, Mr. Mboni Dlamini, and also Miriam to please share. So how to make this happen, involve the stakeholders, the different types of stakeholders?
Okay, I'm going to attack this in a slightly different manner to the others, I think. So this is something I want you to think about, and I actually think it's about governance. The governance of the NQF. I come from a viewpoint where I believe the National Qualifications Framework belongs to everybody. It doesn't belong to any particular authority or agency. And that's because of my history in our framework, because the governing body was a stakeholder body, not the quality assurance bodies. It was a stakeholder group body. And you can see that in Scotland, and they engage the stakeholders at the highest level. And so I, as I said, I'm going to attack it slightly differently. I think that is one of the ways, critical ways of showing that stakeholders need to be involved in everything, not just maybe in the help of the design of the qualification. It could be to manage the whole framework. So I think that might be a way. What was the other question? I'll just very quickly, Eduarda.
The question
next one?
always the same question: how to overcome resistance to change, for example.
Yeah, and I think that's the other, that if all stakeholders are involved at the governance level, then I think that will filter down to all stages. Now, in terms of transition and change, I think 5 years would take resistance, but I also believe your framework should, what's the word, not force different sectors to comply immediately or now or in 2 years' time. I think you've got to let the framework influence those sectors and seduce them into engaging with the framework and taking it on board. And I would use the Australian example as one. We have 3 sectors. We have schools, we have the last year of schooling on our framework, we have TVET, and we have higher education. And higher education were the last to engage with the framework, but we didn't force them. We just kept on going and not forcing them to deal with the framework and then possibly rejecting it.
Yes.
And then stepping away from the framework, which is a danger. Because then it wouldn't be a national cross-sectoral framework, it would be a TVET framework. So I think sometimes go gently and carefully rather than saying you must comply by here. If there is resistance, I think you have to protect your NQF and just go gently and eventually win them over through different types of strategies. There you go.
Thank you.
But that would be a different viewpoint, I'm sure.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Andrea, for this. There is an additional question in the same direction, and it is a question by Mademoiselle Wafa Asri from Morocco, who has been a champion of the NQF in Morocco. She asks, which are the channels and plans, communication plans around the NQF or concerning the NQF in order to get the different stakeholders on board? And what should be the governance and management of the framework? So this is a very, very wide question, and maybe colleagues here, our colleagues from Eswatini and from Zambia could give a little bit of a flavor about communication. And on the governance, we can still discuss in the coming days. There will be also a dedicated session on communication and outreach on day 5. So that's just a response. If anyone wants to add, any of our speakers wants to add anything about communication or about how to seduce the stakeholders, which methods to bring them in, and in which countries have the actors been fully fully accepted and adhered to the NQF. So if colleagues from Zambia and Eswatini would like to add anything about these questions regarding involvement, buy-in, acceptance, gradual or not transition, how to manage this. Because the NQF is a game changer, brings in change and how to handle resistance to change, etc. If you have some comments additional.
If you're asking me, the way we won higher education, no?
Eswatini is already responding.
Oh, good.
Okay. Sorry, you can go on, Bonnie, sorry.
So I was saying, Eduarda, that for us, I think it's actually establishing where everyone is on the same page in terms of understanding the transition. And everyone has to appreciate the rationale behind the change. You have to be in a position to establish a space where you are looking at the goals of the whole transition in the same manner, because that is actually going to make people appreciate and love to participate in the whole we've done it ourselves. We've created platforms where people are appreciating, they are asking questions. And of course, it has to be very clear what the advantages of changing are in terms of creating credible skills and competencies and creating graduates who are productive when they leave, when they graduate in their institutions. So that's for us, what we have used. We've come with a solution for the whole, one of the issues of unemployability, that to deal with unemployability, this is how you can, configure your education, your training to respond to the needs of the industry. So once you make that very clear to your stakeholders, they will definitely they will participate and they will love it, because at the end of the day, they want to attract as many learners as possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think that's an interesting point. So raise very high and a very important issue or problem area in which the NQF can make a difference. This can also contribute to motivate and bring in the stakeholders, the different ones. Thank you very much. Any point from Miriam on this specific question of involvement, buy-in, resistance?
Yeah, thanks, Eduarda. Yeah, a very difficult one. It's not very easy. And I think one of the things that you find is when you get representation, I don't know whether it's specific for Zambia, but I think it's something that you experience elsewhere. You get you get representation at a certain level, probably not high level, on your governance system. For us on the ZAQA board, we had some of these key stakeholders sitting on the board. They bought in, but then to cascade it downwards was a challenge. So we found that we needed to actually go to the different stakeholders, the different players, and engage them. Even now, we still have to continue doing that. But what I found as a game changer is what Mboni speaks to, creating value,
yes,
for the stakeholders, for them to see what benefit this NQF is for them. And so now slowly we have seen that there's more and more need for, the authority to do something, the NQF to do something. And then because of that, then you are now finding that institutions have a buying, what you are selling, such that I'll give an example. For instance, last year, I think Eduarda did mention to you, was it last year or the other, we're supposed to have published a list of registered qualifications on the NQF. But because of the implications of that register, which will basically point that certain institutions, their qualifications are not on the NQF. And the implication is that the quality assurance is questionable. Then we got a lot of, requests for us to hold on, for more and more stakeholders to come on board and so on. So I think if we create value for the stakeholder of what the NQF is all about, what it does, what it means to industry, to the community, and so on, that is the game changer that will get in your stakeholders. And right from the beginning, involve them, like Andrea said, at the high level, at the right level, but don't leave it there. Ensure that as those are there, the communication goes down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's a matter of a bit everybody,
yeah.
Because the framework belongs to everybody, as as Andrea said. But that's really a very, very important point, this create value and make sure all stakeholders understand the benefits for themselves as well. There are many, many questions in the chat box, and so we are taking note of them. There are many also technical questions. Let me just check if we have addressed the questions that we had earlier in the day on this particular session. So there is one question, for example, about the volume of learning. So how to measure and what should be what can be the measurements of volume of learning? Should it always be based on hours? Is there another way? For example, looking at the concrete learning outcomes, that's a question. So not necessarily the sort of the orientation to duration or workload. And that is a question for Miriam, to Miriam. And Miriam, you had clarified, made very clear that you have, of course, identified a number of gaps in the construct of the NQF, including qualifications that have not been included. So the NQF was not catering for all qualifications. So, and the question is how to make sure that NQFs are inclusive from the start. There are no significant gaps in terms of levels, of qualifications types, etc. So that's a question of very wide scope. How, from your experiences, how can countries that are starting or are developing, how can they make sure they do not miss important parts of their qualifications panorama if they belong to the qualifications award system?
Yeah.
So how to make sure that nothing important is missed out?
Yeah, I think the important thing is to ensure a lot of consultations, and also not to just look at what you have currently as a country, because once you start implementing, that's when you start seeing what is out there. So as you start, before you start implementation, you need to do a comprehensive study of your education system and the extent to which it meets your needs. Because you may have an education system which you think meets your needs, but in fact, when you actually now start comparing it to something else, that's when you see that there are gaps. And for us, we saw that because now we started looking at what does the ACQF have, in terms of level description. And then we are seeing, okay, I think there are gaps here. And then you look at, the UK, you look at what other countries have. So I think what you need to do is to do a comprehensive study, not just of your own system, of what you need to look at what is out there. What do others have in terms of qualifications that will find their way into your system and that are actually there in your system? I think that is a way of at least getting most of it onto the NQF. And then you also need to be very open-minded about, the change that will come with the NQF, because definitely that will mean once you do that study, it's inevitable that there will be certain difficult decisions that you will need to make. So I think that would be my advice. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if Andrea wants to add some ideas or some views on this. So how to keep the NQF alert, able to capture what's going on in this panorama market of qualifications, let's say, so that it is sufficiently also open, inclusive. If it adds value, creates value, yeah.
Yeah, I think Miriam's comments were very good, and that's true, that you've got to think about what is happening within your system and where you might like it to go. And where you might like it to go is influenced by the research you do of other countries. But my personal view is that you need to think about the countries that you want to be connected to. So you could scope the whole world. We've got 150 frameworks out there, but you should be looking at the countries of which that you want to build relationships with, or you have relationships with, because that's where the connections will be made. And it could be within your region, it could be within the continent, or it could be, internationally outside. So I think every framework will bring change. There's no question that it will bring change. And I see it as a catalyst for change. So Miriam's comments that you need that transition time, you need capability, professional development, a whole raft of things need to be done in that change. But I think some of the dangers can be of looking at too many countries, getting too many ideas, and then not being able to see it. I know of one country that has done endless research on frameworks around the world, and they can't decide on one.
Yes, yes.
I feel like they've just gone so wide, they've lost sight of what they're trying to achieve. And I think that's really important. I think Miriam's comments were really clear.
Okay, so colleagues, let's give just 2 additional minutes to this question and answer session. We have several questions in the chat box that are partially addressed tomorrow in the session 7. That is on development of qualifications, and it's a session also led by Andrea. But let me just take one of these questions that maybe is quite interesting. It's about a question by Tefo Firi, as follows: to what extent should qualifications be detailed such that they do not become rigid? Or to detail and leave less room for learning program differentiation. So this balance may be between a too detailed qualification and then the needed flexibility in learning program differentiation. If you want to say something about this, maybe until tomorrow, then tomorrow you continue. This is for you, Andrea.
Yeah, okay. It's a really good question. Usually you see national qualifications in TVET systems, yes. And that's where you see the qualification specification, which everybody needs to adhere to. But there should be enough flexibility in that qualification specification for the providers to design their programs, you know, in an innovative way. However, if that national qualification doesn't meet a need, then it needs to be adjusted. And if there is another need, then you have to have a process to deal with that. So countries that have a national qualifications in their TVET system have no flexibility for a provider to say, look, we've got a specific need. And we want to develop a qualification for that need. And so you need to have both ways of developing qualification frameworks. Australia has both ways. We have national qualifications in TVET, and we allow what I call provider qualifications in TVET, because national qualifications will not meet every need in your whole country. It just cannot. It cannot. Even us who've got thousands and thousands of national qualifications, I would say there's always an immediate need or a local need that doesn't have the same outcome as a national qualification, and you've got to have that flexibility within your system to allow that to occur. And you can see countries that have only got national qualifications struggle to implement because there is that lack of flexibility that you're talking to. So I would say be flexible, allow provider qualifications as long as they don't duplicate the national outcome qualifications.
Or yeah, okay. Then just two final points. So there is a question by Lidi, Wanamo Lidi, who would like to have clarifications regarding quality assurance. So Lydie, because this is of course a wide question, maybe can we agree that we talk tomorrow? Donc Lydie, je voudrais juste vous proposer qu'on parle demain.
Let's talk about it tomorrow, Lydie, if you'd like to, regarding quality assurance, because it's a rather general question. So think about it, and we'll come back to quality assurance tomorrow. If that's fine with you, we're not forgetting your question.
Question. So Tefo Firi, your questions are, we are going to tackle them tomorrow, if you don't mind. Okay. Jean-Pierre, vous avez aussi une question. Vous avez
Jean-Pierre, you had a question and I saw your hand raised. Do you still have a question? Or shall we continue?
Okay, colleagues, so we have a number of questions still on the chat box that we leave for tomorrow, because some of them concern the topic of the session tomorrow morning on development of qualifications. And thank you so much for all the questions. They are really an incredible inventory of issues that can be discussed all throughout hours and hours. And thank you so much. So, Andrea, would you like to say a final words just to close your session?
Thank you, Eduardo. I actually did have another slide. So, but what I would just say, though, is that NQFs do not function in isolation. It's that link to the quality assurance and how you set up your system. And I can see Tefo's questions, and he's relating those questions to your system. You know, how do you apply it in your system? And I think you have to kind of separate the two in some ways. But at the end of the day, an NQF, I believe, should be accessible to all citizens. It should be a document that has access and equity principles embedded in it. It should recognize non-formal, informal, and formal learning through its strategies, but it is about formal learning and recognizing the other forms as well. Your learning, it should lead to transparency of learning outcomes. It should lead to transparency of quality assurance arrangements. It should meet not just labour needs, but social and civil society needs, community needs. It's got a big ask. You know, these frameworks need to have people put a lot of emphasis on the frameworks to do a lot of things. And we need to get qualifications, specifications that meet the needs of your country, and that they are proper explanations of what an individual knows and can do. It's not some sort of vague document that we put out. They're really important. So the conversation about qualifications tomorrow, I think, is very important. I can see the questions, and we need to have some really bring these up again tomorrow. So thank you, and I hope you love frameworks as much as I do, because I think they're fantastic.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So, okay, colleagues, now we have just 12 minutes to finish our first day, and there is still a session. I'm going to try to do it very, very quickly. And if you have questions, we can also address them tomorrow. So this is a session dedicated to occupations, skills, and classifications and taxonomies. These are very important tools that can be extremely practically helpful for qualifications frameworks and registers. I'll be very, very short in this presentation. You have the presentation and we can discuss more. So yeah, we just heard that national qualifications frameworks are policy instruments to classify, develop, articulate qualifications, and qualifications should speak to the world of work and the world of education and training. So, and there are these international classifications, taxonomies with specific tools, even services related with occupations and skills that are extremely helpful. And also these new competences frameworks, they also provide very useful information for those developing profiles, referentials, standards, specifications of qualifications. So very quickly then, yeah, various occupations, of course, and occupations, we should always be careful. It is not synonym of qualifications. So the occupations, they represent the part that is close to the labor market, to the world of work. Qualifications represent the part that is close to the outcome of education and learning processes. And So there are these, I mentioned here just 3 important classifications of occupations and skills, and you know some of them, if not all, but so very briefly, ISCO, so the International Standard Classification of Occupations of the last version, update 08 ILO, so 2008 ILO. ESCO, it's the important classification of occupations and skills in the EU, and ONET, US, United States. There are, of course, the classifications at national level, and many of them are, of course, based or relate to, for example, to ISCO 08. So very briefly, always starting with some definition, jobs are a set of tasks or duties performed by a person for an employer or in self-employment. And occupations are a bit of a wider definition, a wider concept. So the kind of work performed in a job or a set of jobs whose main tasks and duties and also skills attached to them are characterized by a high degree of similarity. So these are naturally notions very important, and they help us differentiate from the conversation about qualifications. So looking at ISCO, the last version, the updated version, ISCO 08, what we know, you will have access to this information. So the 9 high groups, so core groups of ISCO, are these 9, so managers, professionals, technicians and associate professionals, clerical support workers, service and sales workers, skilled agricultural, forestry and fishery workers, craft and related trade workers, plant and machine operators and assemblers, elementary occupations. So these are the major groups. Obviously that the major groups, they carry 1 digit, but then you can go into the classification, go down to the granular 4 digits occupations. ISCO also provides information about some of the important skills and even levels of education that go together with these various groups. Then there, I said that I would be very, very brief. So the European Skills, Competences, Qualifications and Occupations Taxonomy, that is called ESCO, has 3 pillars. So the 3 pillars are the skills pillar, the occupations pillar, and qualifications. So the occupations pillar is based on ISCO 08. So the ESCO is a multilingual classification, is a taxonomy of skills, competences, and occupations. It works like a dictionary. And actually it contains a very rich information useful for any developer of qualifications or programs also. And this aspect is related especially with the definitions of occupations and skills. There has been a lot of work done on ESCO in the recent years. The first version of ESCO was launched in 2017, now we have the most recent version, the version 1.1 that was launched this year in February, and also a new platform, a new portal. So what's very important is that ESCO tries, is oriented to support job mobility across the entire European Union. And this is then a common language between occupations and skills and the education world from the other side. So it communicates between labor market, education and training. It is now a mandatory, obligatory tool to be used by all public employment services across the European Union and other countries interested. So it's, for example, very useful to match the applications of job seekers with job vacancies, and to link, for example, the applications, so the CVs of candidates, to link them with the ESCO terminology of skills. So this permits also automated matching. And that's one of the important, let's say, developments that we have seen with these taxonomies, is the use of machine learning, artificial intelligence, to automate these processes of matching. So this is the content of ESCO currently. It is the most updated information. So 3,008 occupations. So ESCO goes much more granular than ISCO 08. So there are the ESCO occupations that are located, let's say, at a fifth digit level, whereas ISCO finishes with 4 digits. There are then 13, almost 14,000 skills terms included. It is multilingual, so 27 languages, including Arabic. There are a very large number of other skills terms that include also, for example, green skills, transversal skills, occupational terms. And then for the user experience, as you can see, users can download ESCO, either direct download or APIs. There are a number of fora for exchange of information. It's of course free of charge, and countries, any country of the world can download and use ESCO and even ask for technical assistance if they would like to use some elements of ESCO into their own national system. So countries, we have seen examples. Chile, for example, is adopting a part of ESCO. Other countries that are not members of the EU are doing the same. This is just for you to, let's say, to encourage you, if you want to take a look at the portal. You can then navigate through these pillars: occupation, skills, qualifications. The qualifications pillar leads you to another platform, Europass, in which, through which the EU member states are sharing information about their qualifications, the qualifications they have in their NQFs. And currently there are already 17 countries, if I'm not mistaken, or 16, that have linked their national qualifications databases with the Europass platform. So creating therefore a big platform of qualifications. More countries are joining also this undertaking. The purpose is then to have in one, let's say, one-stop shop, all this information, not only about the taxonomy, the classification, but about the concrete qualifications as well from the different countries. Interoperable. You can take a look at the ESCO portal, navigate, bearing in mind that the portal is very, very new. It was just launched in March, the new portal, so it still contains some elements that are in development and in improvement. I also wrote here that ESCO has been cooperating and learning a lot from other occupations and skills taxonomies, notably from ONET, US, and also from Canadian Skill and Knowledge Glossary. So this is to say that all these taxonomies globally are speaking to each other. So to come together to create something that has currency and is common. There is also a lot of cooperation, also, for example, with Australia. So the National Research Agency is using some ESCO terms, at least, to upskill and reskill workers. Let's then move directly to ONET, US. It's a very, very interesting resource indeed, ONET. So ONET has detailed descriptions of the world of work for use by job seekers, workforce development, HR professionals, students, education developers, researchers, etc. And you can find different, let's say, points, entry points into this important platform. You have ONET Resource Center, you have ONET Online, and you also have ONET Career Development, so the career sites. So very briefly, yes, the US are a country that has pays enormous attention to labor market information systems, intelligence, and spends quite a lot in good labor market data and labor market intelligence. So ONET program is the country's primary source of occupational information. And the ONET program, the platform, has been also evolving It is constantly updated. No new terms, new occupations, new skills are always being added. There is a lot of work done also to create the crosswalks between older versions of the ONET database with the newer versions for users. And also a lot of work to automate and to include also machine learning powered functions into the platform so that users, different users can use the platform for their own needs. The database, of course, is public at no cost. And this is a very important database. It contains more or less 1,000 occupations covering the entire US economy. So this is just a view on the current, the most updated version of the ONET taxonomy of 2019. It was refreshed, updated, and this is just for you to have an idea of how it is structured from the major groups, minor groups, broad occupations, etc. So in total, there are these 1,016 ONETs and SOC occupations. And you can see also a bit more on the details. So SOC level without, SOC level with, etc. So these are just screenshots that I wanted to show when you have a moment to take a look. And I think you will find very, very interesting information here. So this is, for example, the occupational listings, where you can see the cascades from major group to detailed ONET SOC group. And then you see the listing of all these occupations that you can click, you go and you get very detailed information along an entire range of dimensions, parameters of description of these occupations, including the skills and the education requirements. Here, for example, you can see the occupations with this very brief definition of the purpose, orientation of each of these occupations. And interestingly, we can say that these definitions look like learning outcomes oriented definitions, where you have the verb, determine and formulate policies and provide overall direction of companies, etc., etc. So all these definitions about the concrete purpose of all these occupations are interesting, useful, relevant for those developing also the qualifications, because they give a concrete orientation on the purpose of all these occupations. So these are not qualifications, these are occupations. And here, just if you go into all these various elements of the taxonomy, you can then enter into details of all the occupations, and you can get, for example, let's say this occupation, accountants and auditors. Actually, it has a bright outlook in terms of future development, occupation of employment, for example. And then you have, you get all this information on accountants and auditors, from tasks, the technology skills required, the work activities, detailed work activities, work context, job zone, and so on. And it goes down to the required skills and also the education. So this file, this specific file of accountants and auditors is very rich in terms of data, and all this data is collected, is also moderated, is discussed and updated with the diversity of important stakeholders and agencies involved. So this is just to say that these classifications and taxonomies, they are excellent helpers for all those who are developing qualifications as well, or those who are classifying then qualifications and linking the qualifications then with the occupational classification of the country, for example. Very brief about competence frameworks. So I'm just bringing here a couple of examples, and of course you can then search further. We can also talk more in the coming days. For example, in the context of the European Union, there has been quite an effort to develop these competence frameworks, such as, for example, key competences for lifelong learning. the 8 main competences for lifelong learning. Then entrepreneurship competence framework, very detailed, with all the necessary indicators to also to understand much better each of the competences in greater detail for application then concretely in the world of education and training and qualifications. Digital competence framework. This is work that has been started. There was a digital competence framework that has been now updated with this 2.0, DIGCOM 2.0. And then very recently, now in 2021, there is the Green Comp framework that has been also adopted. It is more than simply green skills. It is European sustainability competence framework. Then another example, for example, interesting from UNESCO Asia Pacific is this ERINET framework on transversal competencies in education and policy and practices. And this is very much oriented to teachers. So I'm not going, of course, into details, just to give you a flavor. Yes, the DIGCOM 2.2 framework presents the competencies in these 5 main groups, and by group you can then see the specific competences. This DIGCOM framework 2.2 also contains proficiency levels for all these competences of the domain of digital. And just mentioning the big groups, information and data literacy, the first group. Then second group, communication and collaboration. You can see there are here 6 competences indicated, and then the definition, what is this competence about? The digital content creation is the third group, again, always the same structure, the competence itself, developing digital content, and then the definition, what is it about? Then the fourth group is safety, as you can imagine, extremely important nowadays with all the complications of the cyberspace, and problem solving, the fifth group. You can access all this information online and go in detail in all this information on the DIGCOMP 2.2 framework. Another framework, Green Comp, has been very recently adopted. It consists of 12 competences. So if you are interested, you can just use, for example, this QR code and you go directly there. This image is a sum up, let's say a sort of an infographic about this Green Comp framework. So what's more important in a very short presentation as this one is just to mention that it consists of 12 competences. They are here in bold. They are organized in 4 areas, and they are this embodying sustainability values with these 3 competences: valuing sustainability, supporting fairness, promoting nature, then embracing complexity in sustainability. Then these 3 competences related with this, including critical thinking, problem framing. Then a third group is envisioning sustainable futures, including these competences like adaptability, exploratory thinking, related to sustainability. And then acting for sustainability, including these competences such as political agency, individual initiative, etc. So these were the very, very short about competences frameworks, and you can, of course, search and find all this information in detail, including examples and ways how these frameworks are then put in practice with funding as well, supporting these actions. Funding, for example, from Erasmus Plus or other programs that support then implementation at national level, at micro level, so the education and training providers or qualifications agencies, etc. Then I want just to take 1 minute, last minute of your time to say that, as you know, every 2 years, several agencies elaborate a global inventory of national qualifications frameworks and regional qualifications frameworks. So the last work in collecting data, information, country reports and regional reports was done in 2020, but of course with the constraints of the COVID, etc., the finalization is now still underway to be published maybe end of this year. And ETF, European Training Foundation, has done a specific analysis also using an automated software based on 87 of these country reports. So very basic. So we know there are more than 150 countries in the world that have developments of their NQFs. Establishment, review, further work in tools supporting the implementation of the NQFs. And this analysis done in the context of the inventory considers these 5 stages of development. In a way, they more or less coincide with those 5 stages that we are using in the ACQF development project. And with this picture here, you have an idea of the stages of development according to those 87 countries that are part of this analysis. So we are not covering 150 countries in this analysis, just 87. So these are the countries by region of the world. And then this is the distribution of these 87 by operational stage. So we can see that over 40% of all these countries are with their NQFs at operational stage. So this means really advanced stage of implementation, and almost 30% at the activation stage, which is implementation started and they are moving ahead. And we see, well, the rest, for example, at the explorative stage and design stage, we have more or less 19% of all these countries. NQF objectives, very, very briefly, you can just have a look and see that these objectives that are mentioned from this study also kind of are very close to the objectives we have seen in the national qualifications frameworks across Africa, such as support transparency, comparability, recognition, support LLL, lifelong learning, access, permeability, etc. So we can see that a large majority of these NQFs included in this study do consider transparency, comparability, and recognition, as well as lifelong learning, access, permeability, and progression as very fundamental objectives of their NQFs. And I will very quickly close this presentation just to say that it's also interesting to take a look, and you will have time to look at the presentation later, at enablers of NQF development and implementation. And we have addressed a little bit this point about enablers today. And in this graph here, in this figure, we see different enablers, and they differ also by importance according to those stages of development. For example, this supportive socioeconomic context as an enabler is very important at the explorative design and adoption stage. That's those initial layers or stages of NQF development. Whereas at operational stage, all the previous, of course, enablers are important, but particularly those that are indicated, like NQF reforms linked to reforms of the wider education system, or another one, regular monitoring and adaptation of the NQF. It's our conversation today about the review. Also another one, developed methodology and procedures for qualifications. So that's the question of our colleague today, and it will be addressed tomorrow. And also effective institutional arrangements. That's another important enabler. And I will finish here by saying that it looks like there is a very strong predominance, as we can see, of countries and NQFs that have now adopted the learning outcomes approach for their qualifications in the NQF. So approximately 90% of the countries considered in this study say they have fully adopted the learning outcomes approach. And with this, then I would like to stop sharing and conclude then this session today. So So I want to thank everybody for the patience. It was a very intensive day. I thought we would finish a bit earlier because it's the first day. In the end, we had so many questions, such a big, interesting discussion that we went a little bit beyond our time. But so we meet again tomorrow, colleagues, we meet again tomorrow. We have a very interesting day, starting with development of qualifications, and then we go into learning outcomes approach. And I just want to announce immediately beforehand that we will have tomorrow an experiment, so a breakout groups exercise, and you will receive early morning immediately the small, let's say, the exercise, the table, the exercise, and also the instructions. So we really count on all of you tomorrow for this breakout exercise. It will help us clarify many questions related to the learning outcomes approach, how it is applied. And the two sessions, development of qualifications and the learning outcomes approach, are very closely interconnected, of course. So we have many questions still to address tomorrow. We have, of course, the possibility to have this chat box saved. And I would like to ask everybody, if you don't mind, to open your cameras so we can take a picture, if you don't mind. Thank you. If you want all to open your cameras, thank you. And thank you so much, colleagues from Eswatini, the Eswatini Higher Education Council, and colleagues from ZAQA, Zambia, for the excellent contribution. I think the session really gained very, very much from these two practical cases, from all the experiences and hints that you shared with us. Thank you very, very much, colleagues. And tomorrow we meet again. So let us take a picture. And this was our first day. Thank you so much. Believe us, it's also first time for us. So we are also learning by doing this kind of training online with all of you. So thank you very much. If there was anything that could be better, tomorrow it will be better. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you, Andrea, for all the energy. And we know it is really very late for you. Thank you so much, Andrea. See you tomorrow, everybody. Thank you. It was excellent today. I think we learned enormously today. Thank you. All your questions will be addressed. Thank you. Thank you.